As long as it eventually goes live. I'm always worried about these things. I was just about to say that I was really happy with the way that I actually went live in YouTube before, or on YouTube before, which was purely through Restream, to be honest. I didn't edit any info through YouTube, which allowed me to have just a screen grab of whatever was happening in-game as the thumbnail, but it seems like it's a bit, you know, finicky. Sometimes it doesn't... Oh, here we go. Now we are on YouTube. That's good. I've got no idea when that's going to start auto-archiving. Doesn't really matter. At the end of the day, we're working. And again, as I said, it's a little finicky, but it's worth it, in my opinion. It's definitely worth it. So, yes, we are in Doomlink's live hunts, which means that we're not going to be hunting with Vernon for now. It's kind of funny. So, one of the previous times I was in Doomlink's live hunts in this game, I was with Vernon initially, but because it was only going to be for the first hour or so of the recording, I decided to make it something in the... Or I decided to have the video be Doomlink's live hunts, because then the rest of it would be me doing random hunts, in other words. So this time around it's also going to be live hunts because maybe Vernon's joining me later, but for the moment it's going to be just hunting anything. So whatever is going to be the dominant type of questing in the recording is going to dictate what the series is going to be. So yeah, I'm going to refresh the list if I can. I think this is the way to do it. There's no actual button to refresh. I think yes, there was previously room, the G-Turns room, but there is no longer any such room. Got a Hunter rank 1, receiving help from someone. Don't know who would have the patience, really. It's not looking good now, is it? I don't know what pig only means. The only pigs that I know of are Bulldrome, Bullfango, Mosswine, so... Well, I suppose we could do Uragan Pallium, or Yes. You know what, we'll join Yes, because I like that positivity. That positivity is just... it's getting me real riled up and ready to go and hunt some monsters. I guess. I've got some rum today. God. If I seem out of sorts, it's because I just woke up, but, okay, what have we got? It seems... oh, no, sometimes... okay, this is very interesting. If you join a room, but you haven't fully joined yet, if someone's talking in a quest, it will actually display as someone talking in the lobby. It's a weird glitch. Holy actual fuck, dude, says Ethan. That's... I'm not sure what I'm doing that is warranting holy actual fuck as a reaction, but hello. We've got Spaceman, we've got Ethan, we've got Trash. It's good to see. Got a bit of action today. But, yeah. I do welcome you all. But as I was saying, there's this weird glitch where, usually if there is text taking place on a quest, it will be in a different color. It's just a standard white if it's on a quest. Excuse me, it's a standard white if it's in the lobby area, and if it's in a quest it'll be sort of an orangey brown color. And if you're just joining a room, like if you're in the process of loading in and someone says something on a quest, it will display as white. It's not until you've fully loaded in that they can be displayed as messages on a quest, so it can be confusing. But they have just returned, which is good, and it's also possible that Soga King is the... was actually the first back from the quest, so actually what I just said was not applicable to the situation. I don't know. But I'm just telling you that that is a glitch, a bug. I don't know if you would call it a glitch or a bug or just a feature of the game. I suppose it's not really a feature of the game, because if you think about it, if they're on a quest, but it's not being displayed to you as them being on a quest, then it's not really a feature. I don't think that would be intended. But anyway. Oh, that's right, there is, yeah. Before the update. No, I don't really want to play the Rise demo. I had actually forgotten about that. I had completely forgotten that today there is supposed to be a new Rise demo. Now, I will be playing it with Ethan, probably once I'm done with this, because I would say around that point... Oh, Ricardo is done? On that... okay, it's my turn, apparently. But yeah, it will likely be out by the time I'm done with this recording, but I'm not going to record it. I will be playing it, but I won't be recording it. And the reason why is because I don't really have anything to say that's positive, so I don't want to bring all these people who don't know me into the recording, and then they watch it looking for something, and all I'm doing is shitting on the game, you know, like, I don't want to do that. And I also don't want to do it for myself, not just for them, so, yeah. I would like to do Abyssal Laggy. I'd love to plug in my keyboard, to be honest, because these people are talking, and I always talk about this game being the best online experience, even today, because you can actually type to people. So what I'm actually going to do is probably plug in my keyboard 1 minute. That was me dusting off my keyboard. Okay, so... I have to be really awkward and put it on the ground. There's nowhere to put it. Unless I just keep it on my lap, I suppose I could do that. What are they doing? Did someone just post a quest? What is WC? Oh, let's not scream at them. No, fuck me. You know, usually when I've just woken up, I'm usually, you know, quite on top of things. I'm not all over the place, but today, I'm all over the place, clearly. I didn't shit on it last time we played, Ethan, because I really was feeling good about it because I was interpreting the game, or I was making determinations about the game purely based on what I was playing at the time. And what I was saying back then was that this isn't representative of how I'm going to feel about the full game, because the full game will introduce aspects that are going to make or break the entire game for me. In fact, it will make or break 5th generation for me. After I had recorded the footage that we did for the demo, more information was coming out about the full game. Aspects to the game that were not going to be present in the demo or really affecting the experience of playing it. But even then, in the demo, there were certain things that I was taking issue with. To say that I wasn't shit-talking hunting horn changes would be completely incorrect. To say that I wasn't shit-talking the imbalanced nature of heavy bowguns with, whatever they're called, silk something or other. The point is, you know, using the new evasion ability with heavy bowguns to basically make it pointless for them to even be heavy, because you can just evade instantly and don't really have to worry about lack of mobility or anything like that. My point is that it's just... there were problems in the demo, like just at the demo level, where you're purely coming in there with a predetermined loadout and just hunting the monster. Even at that level, I was identifying problems at the time. But when I look at things that have since been announced, I'm left pretty fucking unimpressed with what's going to be coming. Is it possible that I'm actually going to enjoy the game? Yeah, definitely. Anything's possible, really. But it's really bleak for me at the moment. Really fucking bleak. And the reason why is because I don't think Capcom's really learnt their lesson at all. And what lesson is there to be learnt if the community thinks world's great? There you go. I'm really sorry that you weren't able to transfer your data over, Xavier. That's really bad. 900 hours in Generations and you can't even carry that over into the G-Rank game. That's horrendous. And Trash is replaying 4 Ultimate? Look, if you... as far as whether or not you play the... Wii U version of 3 Ultimate versus the 3DS version, it does just come down to the convenience of it for you. Is it convenient to get a Wii U? Is it convenient to, well, actually, no, that's the main point, isn't it? Because if you can get a Wii U, or you have a Wii U, don't touch it on the 3DS, please, because this has... I don't know how the 3DS works, I'm guessing there might be integrated online, but regardless, why is this person saying that this is going to be hard? It's not going to be hard at all if... Well, anyway, they're saying the quest is going to be hard if we 3-man it, but I wouldn't say so, because this is the regular Abyssal, not the event one. There is an event Abyssal with higher chance for dynamos to drop, and he is obviously more damaging and all of that business. So what I'm going to do is get combination materials. I mean, I'm sorry that you guys have to wait. Look at this guy checking to see where I am. Get a grip, man. Look at him. And look at that, we got a 4th person in the meantime, so you can fucking relax, my friend. Normally I wouldn't bank on a 4th joining in this tiny community, but anyway, yeah, I would overall recommend... You stop fucking readying up before I scream. I don't want to hear that fucking sound again. It makes me fucking angry. Ding, 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 ding. I want to go now. Ding, ding. You fuck. Okay, so I can't even pay attention to what I'm doing. So I need to take out actual dragon shots because that's obviously important. I need to take out pierced level 3 if I have it in the... You need to fucking stop. Who is the person who keeps readying up, unreadying up, and then readying up again? Like, who is that fucking person? Because I'm gonna end them. That sound, I can take that sound maybe about 5 times prior to a quest, but it's been about 8 to 10. And if I hear it one more time, I swear to God I'm gonna lose it. I'm gonna actually fucking go nuts and maybe commit genocide. Okay, so we want Pierce more than anything, and I think we are now under control. I think we now have what we need. Air filters might help, so I will bring them. These motherfuckers who don't want to wait and want to keep readying up over and over again, you're gonna have to just live with it because we're gunners and we need to prepare for the fucking quest, so... There you go. There isn't, well, integrated local play. Of course there would be local play. There is no game that doesn't have local play. That's kind of a standard of gaming. I just mean, like, actual... When I say online, I mean online, not local play. I feel like local play is separate to online. At least these days. Maybe 20 years ago you would refer to them in the same way, but... Let me equip my dragon shots. So yeah, I'm going Dragon Light Bowgun here. But, we do need to be careful. In fact, I'm going to put this away. No, that's not what that means, Ethan. That means, what's, it's stupid because I can't even think of what it is myself, but it's not called locally. The word is not local. There's a different word for when multiple consoles can play together, and I've lost it just now. But it's not local because local play is local play. So it's not me being a smartass. It's me actually misinterpreting what you're saying because the words you're using are not adequate. I'm aiming for the back because that is the primary weakness point. Crossplay, that's what it is. There you go. Yeah, I can't really say much because I couldn't think of it just then either. Alrighty. At least we've got a group of 4, I'm happy to see that. I don't know what the other gunner is shooting, as in the other legitimate gunner. The other guy's using, I think, Nibble Snarf Heavy Bow. Alex! Well, he was the Nibble Snarf Heavy Bowgun that I wasn't too worried about losing. He had a little, he had an inkling that I was shit-talking. No, I'm mainly shit-talking because he was constantly readying up and then cancelling and then readying up. And moving with impatience. So yeah, that was the situation. I'm glad I remembered to bring fire shots. I don't have many, but at least I have them. Because that's actually what I really wanted to have as a secondary shot type to that of dragon. Ricardo has already died. Look, I'm not expecting too much of this hunt, to be completely honest. I'm doing what I can. Is the Greatsword horrible underwater? Absolutely. Because underwater monsters are constantly moving out of your range. Constantly. In fact, they don't even need to actively move. They can sometimes just do an attack. And then they're totally out of your range. And of course, Greatsword is very important in the, well, rather, being in range of a monster is very important with Greatsword, because you need to, what it comes down to is you need to guarantee that in the time that it takes for you to get a level 3 charge off, you can actually stay in range of a monster, and it's hard to do that underwater. So you can end up trying to charge up to level 3, and then, oh, this is not a good time for paralysis, to be completely honest. We're missing one of this guy is such a dork. He's a complete dork. You know why? Because the monster is not just being paralyzed randomly. This guy is shooting paralysis shots, trying to paralyze. He chooses to paralyze when we do not have all 3 people here in the hunt. And that's more important than ever, because we're missing, you know, a third of our damage. Maybe not actually a third of our damage, because I don't think he's doing that much damage, but my point is that we are potentially missing a third of our damage, and this guy is still shooting paralysis. You have to wait for that guy to come back, otherwise your paralysis is worthless. The worth of paralysis is entirely subject to the damage of the team. And if you're missing a player, you don't keep trying to paralyze. Oh, here comes Zaki, I remember him before. He's going to leave because we're on a quest, which is hilarious because the guy, I will say hi to him, maybe that will make him actually stay, but the last time he joined while we were on a quest, he just left because we were on a quest. But you can actually look at this guy. Look at him. You know, you can just check and see. Ricardo finds that funny. You can actually check to see if a team is on a quest before you join a room. That Zaki guy is a complete fucking mongoloid. I'm just letting you know. Just letting you know. I mean, fuck that guy. He's an idiot, because it's normal in this game, especially with barely anyone playing, to just wait for a team to return. It's just what you do. This idiot actually doesn't want to do that. He refuses. He's like, no, I'm not waiting, I'm gonna go. And as I said the first time he left back then, back when I was last recording, I believe it was in Hunting with Purpose, in my last one. Oh, no, it wasn't. It was actually in my last Doomlink's live hunts in this game. He left, and I said, well, have fun going and hunting nowhere else, because there is nowhere else to hunt, most likely. And that's exactly what happened. The guy fucking came back, like, 3 minutes later, stayed for maybe an extra minute, and then left again. The guy's a fucking fool. He needs to realize what community he's dealing with. There are not many people playing at all, so you have to have some patience and wait. Oh, these guys are up here, sorry. I'm too busy ranting. Not even paying it. What was that? I'm gonna give him a lol what for that. Although I was not actually paying attention and lining up with the thing at all. Diaza says, close. Well, I would hope that it would at least be close. But it didn't do any damage, I can tell you that. You'll watch Doom Genocide. Why are you reacting to something I oh, yeah, that's an interesting combo there. Because that's actually a hitbox that... What is with these people who join and then leave? What's wrong with them? Are they stupid? The reason why I ask if they're stupid is because you can check to see if someone's on the quest before you even join the room. So if us being on a quest is just not good enough for you, then why are you joining? It's some of the dumbest fucking shit in the world, to me. It is actually so fucking stupid. I think Diaza is expecting to die, I don't know, but like, fucking hell. No, I was saying, Spaceman, that you said, I'll watch Doom Genocide, but I said that at the start of the video, like, 20 minutes ago. I hope you're not 20 minutes behind. I say that because some people really are behind, you know. on the live streams. Okay. So hopefully we succeed here. I mean, I haven't been playing too well because I've been very distracted by a lot of things. A lot of things. I guess I'll have a max potion, just so that I can at least project out to the universe my confidence that we will win. But I guess if I truly don't believe that, then we're gonna have a negative result anyway. But I am trying, I am trying. We may yet succeed. It really depends on the damage of the... Is that a sleep? It is. Oh, that's what he meant by ZZZ, like sleeping coming up. And Diaza says, oh boy. He's not impressed. Because obviously if you've just spent the last 60 seconds trying to... And look, Hercules comes back. He joined, saw that we were not actually in the lobby. I'm about to... Oh, that was nasty. He joined, sees that no one's in the lobby, we're actually on a quest, and then he leaves, and then what happens? He comes back because there's nowhere else to be. Stupid bastards, ladies and gentlemen. Stupid bastards. If you've got a spot, be glad you've got a room with people playing the fucking game and just stay. Wait for us to come back. You're not going to be waiting more than 10 minutes, I can tell you that much. Oh, fuck, it's impossible to evade that. You want to always aim for the head with your evasion. I can't do anything! One thing to note underwater also is that there is no Superman dive. If I were to sheathe my weapon there and then try to do a dive, it's not going to allow me to... It's not going to give me infinite invincibility frames because it's impossible to do that underwater. You can only do like a longer dive or a longer swim forward animation, I don't know. Oh, YouTube's behind by like, yeah, maybe around 15. But yeah, there's nothing I could have done in that situation, because again, the biggest thing with underwater combat is that you do have limited mobility. The biggest thing in the sense that is your greatest consideration. You just... If you're close to a monster like that, and he just starts doing these twirling attacks, what the fuck are you gonna do? It's very annoying. So I turned off the light that I had that was shining on the green screen. It was raining outside. I think it's no longer raining. It's probably going to be another one of those situations where I set up the recording for a particular lighting scenario, and then it's going to go all the way to the other end of the spectrum, and it's going to be a bright sunny day, and I'm going to have to fix that while live. It's always like that. Let's retry, says Ricardo. Okay. I'll listen next time. I'm just going to shit talk him. Shit talk the guy. I'm throwing that in because he's talking about calling out for status, but the guy was at camp. It wasn't a situation where the guy immediately died, or rather the guy died and then immediately there was a paralysis. The guy was at camp for like 30 seconds prior to the paralysis, so that was a big fucking... that was a fuck up, you know. My point is that we're all fucking up. Do I have a spider on my head? I swear to God I have a spider on my head. I feel like I can feel something crawling around. I just touched it and there was like... There's something that... Like I squished something on my head. I don't know. Unfortunately, you wouldn't really be able to see if there was a spider on my head. If you're wondering why there would be a spider on my head, it's because I live in Australia. But, yeah, that was weird. Well, sorry, spider, if I just squished you. Probably got spider guts on my forehead now, which is good. I was trying to hold out. Sorry. Well, we're all cool around here. So, I'm going to buy some fire shots, or flame shots, whatever they're called. Yeah, flame. Flaming S. So yeah, I think we are in good stead to actually get a good, completed, abyssal laggy hunt. I think we'll be alright. Unfortunately, however, Ricardo probably isn't too confident because he said it would be difficult with 3 people. Normally not really, but I have a feeling that his lack of confidence may result in him being not a great team member. The Hercules guy is hunter rank. I think they're both in the 400s for hunter rank. I keep forgetting to bring my gamepad closest so I can actually see people's hunter ranks, because that is displayed on the gamepad, but yeah, the chances of success this time are higher, most certainly, because we haven't had that guy just leave randomly. Dragonfell berries. Okay. We should be good. And I have nullberries as well. I usually don't consume nullberries to remove Thunderblight. It's not something that I often do. Oh shit! I forgot to get my Twitch chat up this whole time. I'm sorry if people have been talking on Twitch. I've not been reading it. Oh my god. Vernon, I'm sorry for not reading the Twitch chat if you've been there. I mean, maybe I'm... No, never mind. I've been reading the chat from the last stream, so Vernon's not in the chat. Okay. I hope no one's been talking on Twitch today. Well, that works out really fucking well. Because no one said a word on Twitch. I say that both ironically and seriously, because it means I haven't been ignoring people this whole time. I don't know how I managed to forget entirely to get my Twitch chat up, but yeah, the first 30 minutes or so of the stream was just purely YouTube chat. So there you go. You damn dink, ignoring your precious Twitch homies. Yeah, I don't have any Twitch homies, they all left. Looking for a greener fields and those sorts of things. Of which there are none really, but they can try at least. Yeah, we don't need to get more air filters. I think we are ready to go. I haven't seen people run status against Abyssal Laggy, to be honest. So Trash, you haven't really played 3rd gen, is that right? Because I seem to recall you taking interest in the swimming mechanics prior to this stream, and that's a good flash. I'm happy with that. I'm just getting in position to hit the back. Oh, let's get away. But yeah, if you haven't played 3rd generation before, I really do encourage you to get 3 Ultimate. It's very important to do that, because it's an excellent game. I do say very seriously that it is my personal favourite in the series, and by extension, I would recommend any person who hasn't played it to play it. So, yeah, underwater combat is annoying, but it's perfect that it's only in 2 games. It's really quite perfect, because you wouldn't... It's good to be in the series, but you don't want it to be in the series too much. You don't want to be dealing with it in many games. It's something that you should only have to put up with every now and then. Really, it's only in 1 game, because you wouldn't play try today, because half the game is missing. Half the game was lost when they removed the online play. It's good to aim for the head, because I will get a higher chance on dynamos if I break the horns. Aha, that's a good paralysis. There we go. Let's aim for that back for maximum elemental damage. You played one of the games on the 3DS, and then you... Oh, you watched your friend play the one on Wii U, which again is this one. There's only one game on Wii U, and it is the that 3DS port. And to be honest, it's not the best port in the world, you have to understand, but even a shitty port beats playing the game on the 3DS, that's what I have to say. I mean, obviously there's a level to that. If it's actually a really bad port, then maybe not, but it's not so bad that it actually ends up being worse than the 3DS experience, so... In fact, it ends up being considerably better, because you have a lot of try mechanics built in. The online is basically the same as try, and that's a very good thing, because try was near perfect in that regard. So... I'd strongly recommend you pick it up on 3DS at least. Again, it's up to you whether you get it on Switch or not. But is it worth it generally? Yeah. Because there's still a community, it's going to be good fun to play it, and it doesn't have a disgusting font like the 3DS version has. The 3DS version has this terrible font. It looks really weird and awful. Which is a somewhat minor complaint, but I remember when I first saw it, I nearly upchucked. So, it's not great. Here we go again. Fortunately, he only did a single shoulder charge there. That's asleep. Come on, guys. We want to aim for the head, please. Head, head, head. Are we all at the head? No? Why don't you bomb the head? Fucking hell, guys. Nice detonation. These guys are fucking absolute amateurs. They can't even use the bombs for the sleep damage, and they don't even put the bombs on the head, so they have failed to use the bombs for the wake up, and they've failed to break anything. That's some of the dumbest fucking shit I've ever seen in my life. You people are fucking incompetent. Anyway. Like, what am I looking at? It's just unbelievable. I've never seen such foolishness. Well, I have seen it. But I have higher expectations for this community. I really do. But that was low level. That was really low level. Terrible detonation and terrible bomb placement. Of course, I waited to see if I was going to be joined by anyone before placing down my bombs, and I was not, so I had to go and place them in the spot where they all placed it. I mean, really, placing the bombs on the head is the sensible thing to do. We ended up breaking the horns, fortunately, because they aimed for them after that, but the point is that the bombs basically achieved nothing. They neither broke anything, nor did they end up being the wake-up damage, so it was almost a waste of time. It wasn't purely a waste of time because the bombs would have still done damage, and to my understanding, the wake-up damage is only from one single bomb, but still, they lost considerable damage there. Well, welcome back, Xavier, for 10 minutes, and then I will say goodbye again. Not that I said goodbye last time. Well, get away from that. Yeah, I just hate it when strategy is totally lost. Like, there is no strategy, it's just let's bungle our way through it and through the whole thing, and then hope for the best, you know. It doesn't have to be that way. You could actually think about what you're doing. If you're going to the trouble of sleeping, in other words, and I've never seen it. I've never seen people sleep and abyssal laggy. It's not a bad idea. But if you're going to go to the trouble of doing that, at least employ strategy all the way. Don't half-ass it like what I just saw, because that was pathetic. So, we've broken everything but the tail, which is okay, really. That analog stick sounds crispy. It is the Classic Controller Pro that I'm currently using. It is the very same Classic Controller Pro that I used to play Monster Hunter Tri. So it's had a lot of history with me. It came with the game, and I will show you the very box that I bought it in. It's not literally the very box, as in it is the one where I personally got Tri, but it is the same design. I hope you understand what I mean when I say that. I didn't buy what I'm about to show you over 10 years ago. I did, however, buy it again because I wanted to just have one for myself. And have an air filter just to be careful. You have a lot of different ways to recover air underwater. You can bring oxygen supply, air filter, mega air filter. Whoa! I mean, I was hit by nothing, effectively. That was so prolonged. That's so stupid. I mean, I'm getting hit by nothing at that point. I understand that it's prolonged, but that is too much. There wasn't even a visual effect by the time I got hit. So that was fucking stupid. Okay, where the hell is he? I wouldn't call that old gen hitboxes, it's just this monster has prolonged shit. And that was just too prolonged. I mean, this particular monster, he does that. He combos you particularly with his lightning breath. No, stop. Just fucking stop it. Like, if he wants to attack me, then it's over, really, because I can't fucking evade him. What should I do? Just take the hit, I suppose. Anyway, yeah, he has his lightning balls that he shoots out of his mouth. They also have a prolonged hit time. I don't really know how to describe it other than prolonged hitbox or something like that. But it's fucking terrible. It's just bad. That is not on target, Doomlink. Try again. I shouldn't have just gone for the attack. I should have been ready to reposition. And I nearly got fucked because I got flinched by someone shooting me, which nearly hampered my evasion efforts. Well, it did hamper my evasion efforts, however, I was lucky in that I wasn't in a place where I could get hit. Alright. I'm so glad I didn't end up ignoring anyone on Twitch, because I'll tell you, if you ignore people on Twitch, they're gone instantly. It's like, done. Wow. Even if you talk to them, they're gone. But if you actually don't say anything to them, they will... Whew, faster than you can say, welcome to my live stream. But, no healing to Hauser? Don't know what Ricardo means. Is he saying that Dowser isn't healing himself, or that he's not using life powders? I'm actually not sure, because I haven't been watching what they're doing. But yeah, that was a bit shit. But in the case of this, what's that? I'm speaking some other language. In the case of monsters that I want to hunt right now, the only one that I really want to hunt is Abyssal Laggy, and I guess Elatrion as well. I really don't want to hunt Abyssal. Excuse me, I don't really want to hunt Elatrion. I'm so out of sorts today, I don't know why. Sometimes you wake up and it's just, everything's a mess. I think part of the reason why is because I had a disturbed sleep last night. And I had weird dreams. So I've woken up a bit, and gotten out of the wrong side of the bed, as they say. Yeah, Plesioth always had the worst hitbox, you know. It's always the easy one to comment on. And the sad thing is, it lasted for 2 generations. 2. You'd think they would have fixed it, but they didn't. Yeah, you don't want to get into a fight with those Kelby. In fact, that was a joke that a guy I used to play this game with used to have. We used to joke about how you had the great Kelby. It was the blue Kelby, I think. Like, we would joke about how the blue Kelby was actually the final boss of Monster Hunter 3 Ultimate. And you also had the great Popo and stuff like that. We were basically on voice chat fucking around and telling people, have you guys fought the blue Kelby yet? I got destroyed by him, you know, stuff like that. He was funny. He had another friend as well, but I stopped hanging around with them. Not for any particular reason, I just, you know, lost interest in playing the game again, and I only communicated with them in this game, so yeah, we didn't stay friends. But he was a pretty good rapper. He would just randomly start freestyle rapping on the voice chat. And, you know, I don't like rap, I've never liked rap, but I know talent when I see it, and he had talent. But it was funny, because I was just laughing the whole time, because the situation was just ridiculous, you know, you just randomly start rapping to people in-game. It was funny. Yeah, bullfangos in the older games are not to be trifled with, not at all. Well, getting a hard horn... Hold on. You can't really see the chat so well, because I'm more or less in the way of it. Yeah. This guy's saying I got a hard horn first try from Abyssal, but I haven't been able to get hard horns from Diablos, is what he said, and I just said that hard horns are not the same from the two monsters. You know, the term hard horn doesn't translate across all monsters in the same way. So, for Diablos you have a very low chance for hard horns and a higher chance for majestic horns, for example, and twisted horns. Whereas, in the case of Abyssal Laggy, your horn drop is your horn drop. You don't have multiple types of horn drops. You've got one, and it's hard horn. And hard horn, all it reflects, in and of itself, is that it is a G-rank drop. That's it. So, I don't know what stout horns are like in this game. I guess stout horns... So how does that work? You've got twisted horn, majestic horn, stout horn, and hard horn in this game? I'm going to check that. That doesn't sound right. Maybe one of those doesn't exist. I'm pretty sure stout horns still exist. Back in Tri, stout horn was the difficult one to get, and it was a fucking nightmare, like everything was in Tri. If you wanted anything rare in Tri, you had to fucking work for it. So, why does Diablos need this many fucking horn drops? Twisted horn, majestic horn, stout horn, and Diablo's hard horn. Fuck that. Seriously. Even I only have one hard horn. But I've probably used most of the ones that I picked up. Yes, this is G-rank that we're in right now. Abyssal Laggy is one of those some species that is G-rank exclusive. The lights are treating me pretty well, actually, Xavier. I was a bit worried because when I started recording it was raining outside and it was darker than it is now. But it's been pretty consistent for the most part. So I'm happy. Ricardo's like, oh, how do I get Ultra Lucky Cat? Well, you pray. Of course, when I say rotate food, my meaning is that you go on quests to cycle through all of your food options. So if you really can't get... Yeah, that's if you're desperate. You're only going to do... you're only going to do a quest if you have Ultra Lucky Cat. I mean, that's going to take a bit of work. You might have to cycle it 3 times prior to the hunt. And that's just a bit of extra effort. In my opinion, you'd be better off just doing the hunt normally, because then you're spending more time hunting, less time cycling through quests, which is a bit of a boring process, but... Yeah, sun always comes out when I stream. You usually watch without typing? I'm not playing against Magnum Malo. Is it out? I actually don't know if it's out. If it is, then great. But I'm really not excited. How am I even supposed to refer to you by name? QSK, I guess, is how I have to refer to you. As I said earlier on in the stream, I won't be recording anything to do with Rise until the full game comes out, because I don't have anything positive to say about it. I've got a lot of negative things to say, and people aren't going to want to listen, because the game's not even out yet, right? Even when the game's new, people don't want to hear negative stuff. But if it's not even out yet, fucking hell. They will not take that. And it's not because I'm afraid to get into arguments with people. It's just because there are certain situations in which if you don't have anything nice to say, don't say it at all. And in my opinion, before the game's even come out, it's better just not to say anything. I'm going to wait until the full game comes out, and then I will take on board everything the full game has to offer, and then I'll make my determinations at that time. I will play the Rise demo off camera, and just see what's going on. I might hunt Magna Malo twice, 3 times, and then I'll put it to bed, and wait for the full game. But that's what's happening. I don't know what is happening with Hercules. I guess they're staggering the release. It's probably available here in Australia. Who's posting? We're doing it based on turns, apparently. Again, people are very, very laid back in 3 Ultimate. I haven't been able to demonstrate it too much, because the community is really shot to hell, but if you get into enough rooms you will see that people are not in a rush to get into a quest. Usually. There will be those outliers who seem to... I guess they're people who haven't played from the old days and have only recently come onto 3 Ultimate. They are the people, you can notice them immediately if they're more recent players, because they want to get into the quest immediately. But if everyone's just sort of sitting back, having a chat, maybe even strategizing, and it takes like 10 minutes between each hunt to actually go into the next one, that's how you know you're playing with people who are from a different generation of Monster Hunter players. And it doesn't work out so well for me necessarily, because I'm here recording live, and the more I hunt the better it is, because it's more entertaining for me to be hunting regularly. However, Ricardo's rotating his food. Well, if Cantor didn't get early access, then no one can. But a lot of people who did deserve early access last time didn't get it, so it's a bit of a mess, the way they do early access. But really, early access is just... I guess it's only if you really want the maximum amount of exposure online. The more people I get in a live stream, the worse it is, because the more world players you get, and you don't want to talk shit about world-to-world players because they take it personally. They think you're telling them that they're actually stupid. It's not about them being stupid. They're just ignorant. So, which is to say, and we have to understand that ignorant and stupid are not synonymous. Ignorant just means you don't know. Like, you are unknowing. Yeah, that's really what it comes down to. If you think Clutch Claw's great, if you think the skill system and all its balancing problems are great, if you think the simplification of certain systems is great, then you have every right to be wrong, I guess. What console was this for? What console is this for? Because this game is still relevant to those who want to play real Monster Hunter. And there is a community here. It's a small community, but there really aren't too many options as far as hunts when you do come on. But either way, it is on the Wii U. It was originally a 3DS game, but I never played it on the 3DS because I didn't even know there was a 3DS version for a while. Because I wasn't really paying attention to the 3G when it first released. So I don't even think I knew what system it was on, but yeah, it was eventually coming to Wii U and I got it when it came to Wii U. Alright, catch you later, QSK. Well, if people didn't like watching me get mad, then I don't know why they would be watching. Because they probably wouldn't enjoy it. They probably wouldn't enjoy the whole thing. Because I do get mad. I don't ask to get mad, it's just sometimes people do dumb shit and I have to get mad at it. So, I suppose I could go Elatrion light bowgun and Diamond Crest. Okay. Haven't used this setup in a long time. Feels strange to return to it. I just use a single armor set for my elemental light bowgunning in this game, and I change the gun according to the element that I shoot. This is the Diamond Crest. It is the fully upgraded version of the Barioth light bowgun. It incorporates both regular Barioth and Sand Barioth into its design, and it's a very nice gun. I think I have long barrel on it, which is why it has that blade effect. Sort of a barrel with two blades above and below, which is kind of cool looking. I think it's very nice. But, yeah. Just put away Bone Husk L. I don't really need those. Just Husk Berries will do me. And Ice Crystals if I have some, which I seem to have a few of, because I would have purchased them from the granny, most likely. Let's make sure I can get some freeze ammo if I can. Ooh. Not too much. Actually didn't know if we were going to be hunting Diablos, but I suppose it would stand to reason that we would be, given that we were constantly talking about it. So, or given that we were talking a lot about it in general. Alrighty, so that's my combinations under control. We've got that, and then we've got... Oh, what's happening here? You want to host Death's Embrace? Oh, well, fuck me up the arse. Do Diablo's Hardhorns drop from black? I suppose they do. I didn't know if Black Diablos had his own Hardhorn drop. I really couldn't remember. But anyway. I'm not sure what you mean by Generations not being part of the mainline games. It absolutely is. I don't think that that's a matter of opinion. I don't think that someone can come on and say Generations is a spin-off, because it's an objective fact that it is a mainline game. So you have played a mainline game, John, if Generations is the only one you've played. So be at ease knowing that. Whether or not it's traditional Monster Hunter is up for debate. It probably isn't. I don't consider 4th generation to be traditional Monster Hunter at all. It kind of has become traditional Monster Hunter compared to 5th generation, but you have to understand that things do change with every generation, so you have to decide what traditional Monster Hunter is. The people who started in 4th gen will consider 4th gen to be traditional Monster Hunter. And I started in 2nd, but I still consider 3rd to be traditional Monster Hunter, because I look at it, I think, a little more objectively about it. Because if I weren't so objective, perhaps I would say that 2nd gen was the last of the classic Monster Hunter games. It's just not true, because 3rd generation was more of a graphical upgrade than anything else, but ultimately it didn't fundamentally change anything. Fundamental aspects of Monster Hunter were improved upon, such as diminishing returns with flash bombs and traps and things like that, but in terms of what you're playing, it's still the same. But then you get into 4 Ultimate and you've got verticality, you're speed climbing everything, you're mounting monsters, you've got these new weapon types. I mean, it's different. It's noticeably different. So for me, traditional Monster Hunter ends at Monster Hunter 4. I don't know who the hell you heard that Generations was not considered mainline, but whoever said that is completely off their heads. Completely off their heads. A spin-off Monster Hunter game is... Well, I'll give you some examples. Monster Hunter Frontier, Monster Hunter Online, and Monster Hunter Stories. Those are your spin-off Monster Hunter games. In that they are not developed by the same group that works on the actual main Monster Hunter games. It's just how it is, you know. I mean, people can have their opinions. I mean, I have negative opinions about Generations and Generations Ultimate, but as for whether or not it's mainline, no. There's no argument there. For the longest time I said that World wasn't Monster Hunter and was more of a spin-off than anything else, but unfortunately, as I knew at the time, that can only last for as long as World is the only expression of that kind of Monster Hunter game. Rise will come in and solidify those changes, you know. I'm pinging for the benefit of someone. It doesn't have... Oh, I don't have bombs. I'm stupid. Well, sorry, Again, full free type in online, which is great. Stop detonating like that. Do you know how to detonate? Why don't you... I think the wake up hit... I don't know if the wake up hit's double damage or triple. Could be I don't know. It makes me really annoyed to see people not understand the way that works. After so many years, you know. And this guy, to my understanding, has played a lot of 3 Ultimate, but he still doesn't realise that if you're gonna... The only scenario in which you do a wake-up hit with a sleep bomb is if you have a charge-based weapon like Greatsword. Because that's probably going to do more damage than what will ultimately be the damage of a single large barrel bomb plus, but if you're just going to shoot what seemed like crag shot, imagine the impact of a crag shot being your wake-up hit. Like, what the fuck? And it wasn't even on a weak point. Of course, bombs are true damage in the sense that they do not... Like, the damage is the same regardless of where you place it. So, you know, I don't really understand, personally, how you can not be aware of this, but... Anyway... It's a bit hot in my room, I don't know why. Well, Trash is trying to trigger me, obviously. Yeah, traditional Monster Hunter, look, if a person's playing a Monster Hunter game and they think it's clunky, then it means it's traditional Monster Hunter, that's what it comes down to. And people say that about 3rd generation. I didn't realise that people thought 3rd gen was clunky. It actually sickens me to hear people say that. But people say it. Because I saw someone talking about Portable 3rd in that way. They said it's hard to play Portable 3rd because it's clunky. I'm thinking... You think Portable 3rd's clunky? What? What it comes down to is they don't realise what Monster Hunter is about. Monster Hunter is supposed to be rigid. That's where the skill comes in. You become... You thrive in the rigidity through experience. If everything you do just works from the beginning, then there is no real learning curve anymore. So... You've basically lost a major aspect of what makes Monster Hunter Monster Hunter. And to be honest, 4 Ultimate doesn't go too far in that direction. I don't know where this monster... Oh, he went over this way, excuse me, I didn't realise he had been paintballed. I thought we had only paintballed one. Fuck off! Leave me alone, will you? Look at him trying to... Okay. Get the fuck out of here. Stop it. Everyone's going that way. Fucking hell. Maybe they were following me, I don't know. How do they not realise that this thing's being paintballed? I mean, I didn't realise at first, I suppose, but... You think you'd notice by the time you moved into another area, huh? Man. Great if I could get to this exit, I mean... This is how you know it's traditional Monster Hunter. If the game's pushing you like this, it's traditional Monster Hunter. Fuck me up my arsehole. Okay, hello. No, please just heal in peace. Yeah, Freedom Unite is when things were actually clunky. You know, you can't call 3rd gen clunky because that's when they polished everything. It's still Monster Hunter, but it's polished. But in the case of second and first generation, that's when you've actually got clunky stuff. Stuff that doesn't really work properly. So, yeah. I will definitely say that Freedom Unite feels polished compared to first generation, but if you look at it in the context of the series, just to enunciate correctly, then yes, you will realize it's very clunky. But you have to identify what's clunky and what's just stylistic rigidity. And third gen is stylistic rigidity, which is to say that it's designed to not be really free-flowing and all of this business. Because the more free-flowing, I don't really know how to explain it to a person who doesn't understand it. If they don't understand it, they don't understand it. You know? And part of it comes down to being poisoned by the smoothness that which is 5th gen, and a little bit of that in 4th gen as well. For me, I don't think 4th generation really encroached upon the established Monster formula. Until maybe Generations and Generations Ultimate with Styles. That was going a bit too far. That was something from Frontier that should have stayed in Frontier. However, oh, I managed to avoid that. But the presence of mounting, verticality, things like that, sure. Just do it right. And they didn't do mounting right at first. Mounting in and of itself isn't bad, but the way they did it was pretty shit. Because if you played for Ultimate, you would have known and seen, you would be keenly aware that any difficult hunt would automatically be cheesed by a team of Insect Glaive users with Rodeo God. So, it basically trivialized the game. Hunts that should have been very difficult, such as Fatalis. When the Fatalis quests were first released in 4 Ultimate, I was very excited. I was ready for a challenge. I was ready to experience Fatalis in 4th gen for the first time. And what did I get? Endless mount spam. And he's dead in 5 minutes. So, that's when you know you've got a problem on your hands, balancing wise. Well, that's right, Trash. I'm not going to pursue that point because it's something I've talked about many, many times before, but I'm happy to see you say that. Because it means that we're on the same page. The feeling of accomplishment is dead in World because even if you're doing the wrong thing, you feel like you're doing the right thing because it just feels good, it feels right. So you don't really learn. But the crazy thing is, there is less of a repercussion, at least in the early game, when you should be learning. You know, when are you going to learn if not in the early game? There is no repercussion for just playing incorrectly. And that links into the fact that it feels like you're doing the right thing. So, yeah. It's just one of those things. I mean, maybe I need to qualify it even more deeply than that for people to not just mindlessly go, oh, he doesn't like World, dislike. Which is, if there's ever a dislike on one of my Monster Hunter videos, you can guess I've been talking about World and some guy just happened to come in who's a World player. Because they never challenge you on your points. I've never had a World player really challenge me on my points. Sometimes they do. And they get increasingly angrier when they realise they don't have a leg to stand on. But World players, they just dislike and leave. They don't want to hear it, they don't want to look at it. And I think part of it is because they think it reflects badly on them. It's not about that. And to be honest, if you're so worried about that, go and educate yourself. Go and play an older Monster Hunter game and stop being so damn ignorant. That's really what it comes down to. I don't hold anything against people for starting in World, of course not. What I hold against people is the stubbornness of not going back and familiarizing oneself with the series. Any game that I play in a series, I do not play on its own. I explore the series so that I can actually determine whether or not this iteration is good or bad. It's not a complicated concept, it's just what it is, you know? Of course you're going to do that, otherwise you couldn't possibly determine whether it's a good or bad game, if you haven't even played the other ones to measure it based on. And, or to measure it by. And, a lot of world players just don't do that, and they have no desire to do that. Some are so ignorant that they don't even realize that it's a series. So, of course I'm going to resent those people. But I don't resent them purely because they started in World, there's more to it than that. But unfortunately, when I speak ill of World players think that I think they're stupid. Just for playing World at all. But it's not really like that. I don't know how Rise is going to turn out, John, but I'm not feeling too good about it. What do you mean by port? Do you mean the, as in Port Tanzia? I think it is very pretty. I remember when I first saw it, it was too bright, it was too colourful, because I was used to Locklack. You have to understand that this is the G-rank version of Monster Hunter Tri. However, it doesn't have the same online area. In Tri, you went to this desert town called Locklack, or kind of a desert city, I suppose. It was sort of a trade hub. It was, you know, there were airships, you had sandstorms rolling in. It was a desert city. Not really vibrant visually. It wasn't visually vibrant, it wasn't colourful. The whole game of Tri was not colourful. It was a very washed out, dark game. But this game is anything but. This is a very colourful game here, and it's just the G-rank version of Tri, but it looks very different. Not in terms of models and designs, but just in terms of colours, in terms of brightness. And that's reflected in Port Tanzia more than anything. Like, that is it is most exemplified there, because Port Tanzia is bright. It is bright, it is blue, it is in your face, and it is very different to Locklack. And at first, I really didn't like it, because what I wanted was Locklack. I think everyone wanted Locklack instead of Port Tanzia, but except for those who never went to Locklack. But when 3 Ultimate came out, the vast majority of people who were playing 3 Ultimate came from Tri, so everyone wanted Locklack, no one wanted Port Tanzia. But over time I've come to enjoy Port Tanzia, and I think it's very nice. I much prefer it to many of the other locations we've been to since in the series. And I love actual port, marina sort of locations. It's right on the water, it's very peaceful, very nice. Oh, I think they're, I'd hold for free hunt bonus. Oh, I see. They're hunting, okay, so they're trying to kill Volvidon. Well, I don't think I saw him limp at any time. What did you tell me? You didn't tell me anything. You never said anything. All you said was, let's do the free hunt bonus. You never said, be careful, he might not limp and just die. You never said that. Doesn't fucking matter. Free hunt bonus? Fucking Volvidon materials? Whatever. You think Generations looks like a birthday cake compared to this? I think they're about equally as bright. Although I will say that this game, in terms of how the colours are, it is, okay, this game is darker than Generations, and Generations Ultimate. But only in terms of the bright colours are darker, but in terms of the design, there are just as many bright colours as there are in Generations and Generations Ultimate. It's just, it's a darker game visually. Which is strange, but yeah. Strange in the sense that you might not know what the hell I'm talking about, but it's still very, very bright. There are incredibly dynamic colours, like the colour palette is intense. Especially this area, I mean, look how bright this is. But it's dark. If you look at the dark colours, they are very dark. Whereas there probably aren't many dark colours in Generations, because it's just a bright game. But, yeah. Ricardo is losing hope. Well, just be glad you didn't play Try, because he would have lost hope a long time ago. You think Generations Ultimate looks more blocky because it's on Switch? That is to say, it's designed for 3DS, so when they port it to Switch it's more noticeable as far as how, I guess, outdated it looks? Well, I think there is some truth to that. But at the end of the day, the convenience of playing on a Switch, on a television, and not everyone wants to play Monster Hunter like that, but I feel that that makes it worthwhile getting on Switch. Not only for the fact that there's G-Rank and more content than you can possibly ever surmount. I think that the experience of playing on a television is what you really want with the Switch version. I'm not too concerned about it looking bad, I don't care. I've never played Monster Hunter to look at a nice game. Like a nice looking game, that's never been the point for me. It's all been about the experience, the building of a character, things like that. That's what I've always been focused on. So, you could never possibly convince me to play the games on 3DS over a stationary console, because I don't want to look at a little screen. I don't want to hold my entire game in my hands and look at this screen, because it feels disconnected. It feels like it's like it's not even real to me. I hate handheld consoles for games. The PSP was okay. The sad thing is I prefer PSP to 3DS for playing Monster Hunter. And PSP doesn't even have a second analog nub, so... yeah. Bit sad, isn't it? You really love handheld trash? Oh dear. Well, I think most Try players, at least, people who played Try, or Monster Hunter 1, probably do have a preference for stationary console Monster Hunter because they see what's so good about it. For example, you can't really communicate on 3DS Monster Hunter. You really can't. Because you have to tap on a fucking screen, and it's slow. I mean, here? Seriously? That's how easy it is. And I can do that in the middle of a quest. I don't have to press a button to start typing. I don't have to tap on some fucking screen. I can have my keyboard on my lap, and I want to start typing. I start typing. I want to remove that, I hit escape. I want to send the message, I hit enter. It was the same in Try. I don't know how it was in Monster Hunter 1, Monster Hunter G, Monster Hunter 2. I don't know. But that's how it was in Try in this game. And that completely shits on any online experience you have in the 3DS games. If you've never experienced it personally, I hope you can imagine what it would be like. But if you have experienced exactly what it's like to have full communication with people in a Monster Hunter game over text, you will know that the 3DS online experience not only pales in comparison, it's almost an insult that Capcom ever thought that it would be okay to have Monster Hunter games return to a portable system. The only excuse that they have, or the only justification, would be the Japanese community, the Japanese culture. They play portably more than they play on a stationary console. There are PC gamers in Japan and people who play on stationary consoles, but in terms of the masses, in terms of what Monster Hunter had become in Japan, it did better on the PSP than on any other console in Japan, and that's because it was portable, not because it was, just the PSP games were particularly good. They were. I mean, there was nothing wrong with the PSP games except for Monster Hunter. Well, I guess Monster Hunter Portable was okay, but Monster Hunter Freedom was fucking bad, because apparently it had worse input detection. But, yeah. The PSP games did well in Japan because they were portable games, so I do understand why they became a portable gaming sort of thing. But the stationary console Monster Hunter experience is a big thing. And of course, my excitement with World making a return was that we were going to get the stationary console Monster Hunter experience. I was very excited for that. And then guess what? The game came out and you had an SOS system and no one used the multiplayer hub. They just used the SOS system. No one talked, no one cared. There was no interaction with other people. They were just random individuals you were hunting with and then you'd never see them again after a hunt. And people wonder why I take issue with the idea of an SOS system returning in Rise. It might not be exactly the same, I don't know. But it's starting to sound like it is. Just when I thought I was going to be able to reconnect with the same sort of system as I did in Tri and 3 Ultimate in my own personal experience, I played World and found that the community was not even going to entertain the thought of communicating with other people because they were so focused on the SOS system, that instant gratification. There is no community anymore, it's just, I'm gonna hunt monsters. That was it. And that was just one of many, many problems with World that no one seems to care about, because they don't think. They don't think about what's happening with World. They just take it all at face value at a level that is just... It's almost a non-existence. To live without thinking. To live without formulating an opinion based on actual proper consideration. Instead you're just like, I'm hunting monsters, it's pretty, the animations look nice, yeah, I love it. Unfortunately, there is more to it than that. Even if you can't see it, there is more to it than that. Even if you can't see it. Okay, so let's go Honed Blade. We'll go Ice Longsword. What is my Ice Longsword in this game? Let's see if I can remember. Ice Longsword. What is it? Glacial Diva. Wow, okay. I had a feeling that it was Glacial Agnaktor, but I think that there are some water weapons with Glacial as well. So I didn't actually think it would be Glacial. This is cool. I'm fine with that. Exactly, what you've just said, Trash, absolutely hits the nail on the head. Whatever happens with Monster Hunter, we still have the old games that were good. And I feel exactly the same way. I have enough games to rotate through at this point, even if World and Rise suck, for me to be fine with wherever Monster Hunter goes. I'm going to feel a little annoyed because people's concept of what Monster Hunter is will change forever. But that doesn't have to affect me. That doesn't have to affect my experience. So, I think I'll be alright. No matter what. I'm not really reading what these people are saying. Volvidon isn't in this area, is he? Oh, maybe he is, yeah. I guess you can get 3 monsters at one time. Which is actually something that doesn't... I don't think that is in I don't think the portable games have 3 monsters in one space. I mean, maybe 3 Ultimate did, portably, but... I think the only games where you can have 3 monsters in one quest were Tri and this game. And I guess World, probably. I don't know if it was in Tri, though. I'm not sure. But yeah, I'm just going longsword because why not? It's a very nice weapon. I like this weapon a lot. It's got good sharpness. It's got... I mean, damage. I can't even remember inflated raw values for longsword. That's one of those things that's just slipped my mind by now. I'm so used to true values. But I think... I remember 900 being at the upper end and about 700 being at the lower end for G rank. So therefore, 760, decent. And we've got 33 true ice. And again, good purple sharpness. So, mainly because of sharpness +1. But, yeah, I'm happy with this weapon. I like it. I've got all sorts of weapons that I haven't used in a very long time in this game that I'll be reconnecting with as I play this game more frequently. That's right, yeah, 3 monsters in one quest was definitely possible. It's always been possible to hunt 3 monsters in one quest, but I specifically meant all at the same time. As in, you could have 3 paintball monsters at one time. Just to make it super obvious as to what I mean. But, yeah, I don't think that was in any of the other games. Except for World. I feel like it's so annoying, like so many things that I say assume World doesn't exist, and then some person comes and says, oh, it was like that in World, and I'm thinking, I wish that didn't exist. That's all that comes to mind, is the thought, wow. You don't realise how great life is before something comes along. But then it's like, it's funny, before COVID happened, I was saying this about World, I was saying, you don't realise how great life is before something comes along. But then when it comes along and you think back to a world before it happened, you go, wow, I really took for granted everything that we had. And what I took for granted was the fact that we didn't have a game like Monster Hunter World really taking control of the consciousness of hunters, you know, games that they're familiar with. Things like that. You know, how do I put this? Their concept of what happens in the series is actually, I wanted to detonate because this guy actually cannot detonate. But I pressed minus to kick instead of plus. But, you know, my point is that people will always include World when discussing the series. I don't do that. And when I do, I specify that World is part of the conversation, whereas people just include it because it's a Monster Hunter game. And I miss the times, I miss the era of Monster Hunter where that game didn't exist. I miss it deeply. And it's the same thing with COVID, isn't it? You miss a world where it never existed, and you took it for granted when it didn't exist. As far as how good the world was, you didn't really think about it because it wasn't there, and you just, why would you care? If something doesn't exist, you don't know how great your current life, your current world is. It's only until you see the negative side that you can appreciate how good things once were. That's how it is for World. So, there you go. Well, the art style of World didn't bother me. Nothing about World visually bothered me, except for things like weapon designs. That was something that visually bothered me. But in terms of the way it looked, that was really the only saving grace for World. It was the fact that it looked amazing and played very smoothly and beautifully. That's a paralysis when we're standing by a trap. Just beautiful, really. I'd love to break that other wing. I'll do it now. Get in there. Had a feeling I'd get hit by that. I was having trouble controlling my forward direction. Yeah, I'm having one of those days where I can't really explain my thoughts clearly. It really was becoming one of those days from the very beginning of this recording, but yeah, I hope you do understand what I mean when I try to communicate this. I just want a world where Monster Hunter World never existed, and I've felt this way for maybe 2 years now. Yeah, Boruto is a bit Oh. I haven't watched it, but it is one of those things where it just goes on and on and on. Has to have an end eventually. Thanks to Boruto, it just goes on and on and on. And I didn't really watch Naruto. Wasn't really my thing. I did, well, it's not really true. I did watch a lot of it at one time. Back when it was the big three in anime. But people were so eager for something to come along to upset the big three. You know, when Lucky Star came out, people were like, oh, this is now gonna make it the big four. And it's like, well, fucking hell. I mean, Lucky Star. I hated Lucky Star when it came out because I thought it was stupid. I didn't understand slice of life anime at that time. I thought it was the dumbest thing I'd ever seen. I thought the art was fucking stupid. I thought the concept was stupid. But now I love Lucky Star. I love that show. So I matured with that one. It took years for me to watch it. Maybe 3 years to watch that anime. Came out in 2007. And prior to that you had Suzumiya Haruhi, which just... I didn't watch that because I could tell that she was fucking dumb and annoying. But apparently that's a good show, and I still haven't gotten around to watching that. But, they don't spawn one at a time, do they? Oh. We have to wait for Black Diablos to spawn. Okay. Anyway. What was the point that I was making? Oh, the idea of the big three being pushed aside. The popular shows when I started watching anime were Neon Genesis Evangelion and Inuyasha. And then the big three was well and truly established shortly thereafter. And of course the big three were One Piece, Bleach and Naruto. But, yeah. They were just the ones that everyone watched. They were the ones that did best. Oh, really? Well, I didn't know that it ever left the hands of the original creator. Which is a weird thought. I mean, what's the point if it's not even by the original creator? Then it just turns into a fucking... It turns into fan fiction, doesn't it? That's what happened. That's exactly what it is. If it's not from the original creator, it's fan fiction. Fuck off, you renopless piece of shit. Get out. And I hate how they take so many hits sometimes to die. It's fucking annoying. So I think we've already put Diablos in a shock trap, so I probably won't shock trap. I was thinking of doing it, but then I realised, well, no. We've already shock trapped, so I'll save mine in case we want to capture or something like that. Excuse me. Have I seen the Monster Hunter movie? No. I've had it described to me in deep detail by Ethan, however. So I know that it's complete shit. I mean, I knew that it was complete shit before I had even... Well... I guess I didn't know for sure that it was complete shit before watching the trailer, but once I saw the trailer I knew that it was complete shit. It's just your generic fantasy movie. It's well, it just looks like something I've seen a million times before. But it's got the Monster Hunter, I guess, IP stamped on it. And if anything, it just... That was the final nail in the coffin for World. To me, because it's based on World, and you know, if World didn't have the success that it had, that fucking movie never would have existed. As if they would have made a Monster Hunter movie for something like, you know, 4 Ultimate. They wouldn't have done it. So... I would have preferred some stupid Japanese live-action Monster Hunter movie that no one would have watched in the West anyway. I would have preferred that, and I would have promptly refused to watch it myself. So, yeah, that's what should have happened, but no, instead we get something... Like, if you type Monster Hunter into Google, that movie is the top fucking thing. And that's shocking to me. It's actually shocking and disgusting to me. That if I type Monster Hunter in, like, it's more shocking and disgusting than if I were to type Monster Hunter in, and World is the top option. It's actually not. If you type into Google, it might depend on the region, I don't really know. But for me, when I type Monster Hunter in, it defaults to Monster Hunter Film 2020. And I'm just sitting there like, wow. This fucking film is the first thing that comes up for Monster Hunter in Google. And it's fucking shocking. Yeah, Monster Hunter Stories does have an anime, and I watched the whole fucking thing. I think it's about 75 episodes. I watched it with a group of friends, and we just ripped on it the whole fucking time, and it was an absolute joy. So much fun to rip on that show with a group of friends. Because it's bad. It's really, really average. It's one of those... It's a cash-in show. It doesn't have any merit. It's just... for... what they wanted to do... That's not to say that... I shouldn't call it a cash-in show in the sense that there was something to cash in on. Rather, they were looking to bring stories to a younger generation of gamers in Japan. Like kids, basically. They wanted stories to... really take off in Japan, and they did it through having an anime for a younger audience. And god, it sucks. It's not super childish. It's kind of aimed at maybe 8 to 10-year-olds, something like that. Keeping in mind that in Japan, once you hit 13, you're ready for the tits. You know, you're ready for the ecchi anime. So, yeah, none of that, but pretty much. I mean, it's like that way in the West, isn't it? It's just not admitted. It's not open. They don't freely admit in the West that once you hit 13, you're ready for the titties. But in Japan, they're like, yep, that's how it is. They're going through puberty. They want to see that. So that's what Japanese television is. Worse still is that if you're flipping through the channels on Japanese television, you can just happen upon actual porn, which is great. Found that out when I was in Japan. You flip through enough channels, and the next thing you know, you're staring at porn. I'm not talking softcore, I'm talking like the whole thing on television. So it's a bit different over there, but I'm getting into all sorts of conversations today, aren't I? They really want to fight Volvidon, don't they? Okay. If they really want to fight Volvidon, then I'll join them, but it really drags on the hunt, and I don't know if it helps. But yeah, the story's anime was very low level, not very well written, not very interesting. Just, it was funny to... It's very funny to watch something that really tries to make you care, but just fails on all levels. With a group of friends, it might be quite annoying to watch on your own. I mean, you would never get through 75 episodes on your own. You just wouldn't do it. You wouldn't succeed. But, yeah, I watched it about 2 years ago in full. And I can tell you that unless you've got a group of friends to make fun of it, it's not worth it. Just don't do it. But everyone who was part of that, in my group of friends, misses those times when we would just jump on and watch stories. Ethan was there, but he only joined for like 1 or 2. Because he just didn't appreciate that sort of thing. His humour doesn't allow him to laugh at something bad. He's too busy analysing it. One thing that I do as sort of a rite of passage for all my friends is sit them down in front of Tenku Danzai, Skull to Heaven, and I make them watch it. And I did that with Ethan, and he just... he was very disappointed. I was laughing the whole time. I've seen it a lot of times over the last 10 years or so. But he... and I can still laugh my ass off while watching it, but he just... he doesn't see humour in bad stuff. I still need to show him Hametsu no Mars. That will happen. That will happen. And when he least expects it as well. Oh, I think he's dead. Yeah, that's a dead Volvidon right there. Oh, goodness. Am I too... Yeah, I'm probably a bit too pale looking, aren't I? Yeah, that's a little bit of colour. We've been given a GG for killing a Volvidon. Get another Mega Potion here. It really drags on the quest when you've got 3 separate monsters to kill. Yeah, the Monster Hunter film is just... It's so uninspired. You know when you're seeing something inspired, but that's just... It's a pure cash-in, there's nothing else to it. And some people like that, some people want pure cash-in, and just don't look at it critically, but you have to, if it's Monster Hunter, because this is representing the series. And if you've got something like that representing the series, it's a bad fucking time. It doesn't represent it for me, but it does for some people. And, I don't know. Unfortunately, I can't really speak to too much of it, because I haven't seen it. And some people will say, well, how can you say this and you haven't even seen it? Look, I've seen the trailer, and I've had it explained to me by Ethan, whose opinion I trust deeply. And he's very good at explaining things vividly. And he explained the scenes to me vividly. I don't need to see the movie to know what kind of quality of a movie we're dealing with here. Seeing the trailer and then connecting the dots based on what Ethan's description of the movie was, I can tell that it's not worth watching at all. Not even remotely worth watching. So, you know, some people can probably watch it and just be entertained by how bad it is, but for me, I would be very annoyed by it. Because it's an insult to the series, you know. So I need to make sure that I sell that Volvidon carapace that I just took, or Cortex it probably was, because I do have 99 of those in my box. Don't want to create an extra stack in my box just for Volvidon materials, that would be pretty awful. God, no one wants to watch 3 Ultimate on Twitch, I'll tell you what. I mean, maybe some people have joined. I never check view accounts on Twitch, but... Well, I don't check view accounts on YouTube either. But, yeah, no one really wants to watch 3 Ultimate, I guess. Now, what was I doing? Yes, that's right. Selling these. Or selling this. Don't do that. I meant to sell it, not do that. So it looks like he got his Hardhorn. I think he did. Yeah, 3 Ultimate has become niche. It used to be the newest Monster Hunter game, if you can fucking believe that. Remember, you know, you can't... I mean, I don't want to be this guy who's going to sit here and go on a nostalgia trip, but imagine this being the newest Monster Hunter game. I miss that. I was in a position where I was boycotting it. I was boycotting this because I was pissed that the try servers were shut down. If only I knew. If only I knew what was to come. Imagine boycotting this game. Fucking hell. If only I knew what was to come. And when Try came out, I was having a... My ass was bleeding in Raw because of what Freedom Unite had done to me. But I jumped on and I had the time of my life in Try. Hey Vernon. You can come and join me if you like. It's over to you. could sell out and stream Fortnite. Yeah, no. Unfortunately, I can only stream games that I enjoy. I'm sure I would do well as a Fortnite streamer. If I could ignore the very, very bottom of the barrel, lowest common denominator chat that I would have to deal with. Obviously, if I sat there absolutely tearing into my chat the whole time, it probably wouldn't end very well for me. Because it would be Doomlink versus the world. But, yeah, if I could switch off and actually pretend like I liked my chat, which I don't do. If I didn't like any of you guys, you would know, okay? I enjoy you. I enjoy you all, and that's the great thing about having a small chat, because the people who matter stick around, and the people who don't, fuck off somewhere else. And, you know, I don't suck up to anyone, that's not what I do. But unfortunately, as a big streamer, you can't have to, because the bigger you are, the dumber your chat's going to be. And, of course, if you've got a big audience, you're going to suck up to them, aren't you? And I don't do that shit, so there you go. People still play Among Us? I thought that finally calmed down. That's great to hear, Vernon. You are welcome to join, my friend. You can come and join this room. This is a nice room of people just sitting back and relaxing. Ricardo and Diaza, you've probably played with Diaza, but they're pretty chatty. I actually had to plug in my keyboard and start typing to them because they're so chatty. But yeah, which is good. It's a good thing. It's, you know, I can pretend like it's 2013 again, but kind of. I'm so glad that I have footage of 2013 and 2014 3 Ultimate, where the servers were full, like we're talking 1,000 players or more. More, actually. More than 1,000. Definitely more than 1,000 people in the game just playing at any time. Pages and pages of full lobbies, you know. The top 3 were always full and you were just constantly checking to see if there was a space. Oh, how times have changed. Challenger +1, Bombardier, and spread up. Very nice. Well, I've definitely taken a... I guess I've become attached to the name Dink. It's so funny. It's I feel like I mean, that'd be a great name for a cartoon character, you know? Dink. Especially one... you know what I'm like? I'm a bit... look, people will watch my streams and not know me and think that I'm some super aggressive, maybe even egotistical individual, but in the end, I'm pretty goofy. Like, I'm a pretty goofy person. And, Ethan knows that, because he's a good friend of mine. He will always... he'll be the first to admit that interactions with me can be pretty goofy and silly. But the name Dink is perfect, because if you had a cartoon character who was this angry, aggressive person, but is also a bit ditzy and a bit of a dunce, that'd be a great character, and that would be quite similar to me. But, oh, are they heading off now? Oh. Wait. Just gonna ask him. He's probably wondering why I'm typing to him, even though I haven't really engaged in their conversations, and the reason why is because I'm too busy having my own conversation with myself. Yeah, he mentioned that his gamepad was running out of charge. I remember him saying that. Okay, so where should we go? Oh no, it's this guy again. The guy who was AFK for like an hour last time. We could always make a room for ourselves, Vernon, but for now I'd like to join this guy's room because if he's sitting here, people will end up going to him instead of us. If he's actually here, I'm gonna... Now that I've got my keyboard in, I'm gonna shit-talk him a bit for being AFK that whole time. Oh, well, maybe he's nice. Hola with a smiley face, okay. Well, they say hola. They don't actually pronounce the H. But yeah, hi. So yeah, come and join this room, Vernon, and we'll hopefully do your quests. Because, again, this is what I said when we joined this room before. I said, he probably doesn't want to hunt anything of his own. So, I'm sure you'll be able to post whatever you want. Oh, that's true, he did say that it was G8 plus, didn't he? Shit. What has he posted? This is... Oh, what's he doing? Oh, that's this fucking guy. This fucking guy. I think I found him before. 4-point formation. What a fool. What a fool! 4-point formation. We're creating our own room, Vernon. It's happening. I'm going to create a room named what? He's all the French players are gone, Trash. The only people who remain seem to be Spanish, interestingly enough, and they're not Brazilian. Well, Brazilian, excuse me. They're Portuguese, or they speak Portuguese. What I meant to say was they're not South American. They're actually, or Latin American, I guess we could say. They're actual Spaniards, the people who come in here. Because I think the well, usually that's how it's been. You know. Baguette. Check this out. You know why I'm reacting this way. Who wants to do 4-point formation now? I'm here to hunt. I'm here to have fun. I'm not here to grind hunter rank points. Who has time for that? Why does it even matter? The community is so small, and you're going to make a room for 4-point formation. It's unbelievable. And he's only going to direct traffic to him as well. It's so annoying. Oh, G-turns? Let's join this room, though. Let's join this room. G-turns. They've been here for a while. We might have to wait a little bit for them, because it seems that they're on a quest, but... If space has opened up in this room, then maybe they'll be coming back soon. Very soon. Should I ask how far through the quest? You know, I can chat to people while they're in the quest, I can free type. I mean, it's just, this is, as I said, the ultimate online Monster Hunter experience. It really is. My question was, how far are you in the quest? His answer is, soon. I suppose it answers my question in a sense, because ultimately I did want to know how much... Oh, okay, they're done. But yeah, I mean, look how good this is. This is when the community's dead. Imagine when the community was alive and absolutely filled with players. It was just the... It doesn't compare to what you would experience, even in Generations Ultimate, really. And certainly not World, because that community doesn't... There is no communication that goes on in that community, as we know. Why do you love me, even? If you're going to react like that, you have to tell me what it's about, because that's a strong reaction to something. Exactly. See, Trash knows what's going on. He says, you could talk to people that are in a quest. Bruh, we were in the future, and Capcom said, nah. That's true. It's exactly right. They went backwards, didn't they? And sadly, so many people just don't realize that. Exactly. And Vernon says, I remember the days when it was hard to get into a room because there were too many people online. Exactly. The top, in the first world that you would enter, the top 3 rooms, keeping in mind 99 people in each room, the top 3 were usually full, and you'd have to really find that right moment to, you know, it'll say 99, oh, I'm going to get in there, and then maybe someone would join before you could get in there, and it was hard. But back in 2013, it was like the first page were all full. Even like the first 2 pages were full. Each with 99, so... Well, as I've said, the people who enjoy watching me are the people who enjoy watching me rant, because if they didn't, they wouldn't enjoy me. Because I rant too much. Obviously. So I don't know whose turn it is now, but this guy's got the Abyssal Laggy hunting horn, which I don't think I have. I kept on saying that the only weapons that I didn't have for Abyssal Laggy were the bow and the heavy bowgun. But it turns out that I don't have the gun lance. And it also turns out that I probably don't have the hunting horn because I didn't even think of the hunting horn existing. But yeah, we need to start a podcast. I was thinking of starting a podcast. But I don't know... What do you mean? What are we doing? Because I can't talk about new Monster Hunter stuff because that's going to be all negative. We can call it the second fleet? No. We're not doing that. But... Oh, I'm going to choose? Actually, Vernon, tell me what you'd like to do. Instead of me being skipped, I'll post what you want, and then that way you'll have 2 turns effectively. So let me know what you'd like. I'm just going to say okay just to make sure that I acknowledge that it's my turn. You want to do Zenoga? Okay. That works because that means I don't have to change my equipment. Actually, no, I will change my equipment. Gee, Zenoga, I'm going to check to see if I have the double quest. Doesn't look like I do. So there's a double quest that's obviously ideal if you want stuff. Otherwise, if no one has the double quest, we'll just do the single. But yeah, it's a rotating advanced quest. It's so good to just type to people. I'm always too lazy to get my keyboard out, but once you do get it out, it's worth. It's worth. Hey guys, this is Baguette Hunter. You sweet Monte. Or however the hell they say it in French, I don't know. So, we do want ice, but what weapon type would I like to use? I guess sword and shield. We'll just go sword and shield. And I'll have Capture Guru, assuming that we will be doing the double quest. Brago's gonna cycle. Okay. So that just means he's going to join a gathering quest and then complete that so that he can get new quests. Oh, it's so refreshing to return to this community. No one cycles quests in Generations Ultimate, because if you cycle quests, as soon as you depart on that fucking gathering quest to cycle, everyone will leave. And that's just what the community's like over there. They are so dumb. They are so fucking dumb. It's just a different community. It's so nice to be back. This is home. It really is. I mean, it's different. It's not... It's home, but... It's different because it's very small now. The number of people playing has been reduced exponentially. However, you do still find yourself able to interact with people in the same way you used to for the most part. Yeah, I also have a lot of problems with true armor spheres in this game, you know. For all the hours that I've put into this game, I do not have many true armor spheres. In fact, I used all of mine to try and upgrade my honed blade set as much as I could, just in that Hunting with Purpose recording I did 2 days ago, when we were doing Super Bracky. I only had like 9 true armor spheres, and I really make it a point to not use my true armor spheres often, so that I can accumulate a lot of them. And for the first time, or rather, after having checked for the first time in ages, I only had like 9 on hand. It's really hard to get them in this game. No, they're not waiting for me to set up the quest, Vernon. Brago is actually rotating his quests to try and find the double Zenoga quest. So that's why he's been posting that gathering quest and departing on it constantly. And he's decided that we'll just do the single quest because he keeps cycling for it and he can't get it. So we'll just do the single quest. No, where the hell is it? Oh, it's one of the first ones, I think. Or is it not? No? Where the hell is it? Zenoga, where the fuck are you? I know you'll hear something. Oh, there you are, you fucking asshole. Hunting the Hunter. Well, I appreciate the effort that you went to, Braga. I'm surprised you can hear the hub music, to be honest, because it's kind of quiet. The thing is, I have to set my game volume to what it ultimately ends up being during a hunt. And during a hunt, it's really freaking loud. So, things like the ambient music of the hub, for example, which is just a quieter location, ends up being a bit too quiet to hear, but I'm glad you can hear it and you can enjoy it. Most of the music that you hear here, in fact it might be all of the music, actually is from Try. Was done a Try. They might have brought new OST tracks in. I can't really remember. This track is from Try, but one thing that I can say is that they didn't actually include all of the online songs from Try. And when I listen to them, it kills me. It absolutely kills me when I listen to the Monster Hunter Try music, particularly can't remember what it's called. It's something like Locklack is Eternal or something like that. Just Locklack and Eternal. If you can get those keywords into a YouTube search and listen to that OST, that song kills me when I hear it. Like, I'm in tears. Like, it destroys me. Because it takes me back to living in Locklack. Because I did. I lived in Try when I was playing it online. And that music was just beautiful. And there were so many really amazing songs, but that, and based on that, the name of that song, my guild card in Portable Third actually says, Locklack, you are eternal. And my title is Archer of Locklack in Portable Third. So, yeah. Because of course, it's not my original character, right? My original character did have that as its title and guild card comment. But of course, when Portable Third came out, Try was still out there. And it was still a big part of my Monster Hunter experience. And so, Lock Black was my home. And I am glad that they didn't bring back all of the music from Try in 3 Ultimate, because then I can enjoy the nostalgic effect that the music in Try had. Because, or has currently, that is. Because one of the reasons why it has such a nostalgic effect is that, strangely, I did get sick of listening to the music, and I actually turned it off. At about Hunter Rank 200 or so, I turned off the Try music. And then, right until Hunter Rank 568 when I stopped, I just played without music in the Gathering Hub. Because I don't know, I just didn't want to hear it anymore. Bob the Builder is out, of course. You know it stopped raining when Bob the Builder is out. I was actually thinking of saying, it's currently raining, but the rain may not stay forever. And when the rain abates, so arriveth Bob the Builder. And that's exactly what's happened. As soon as it stops raining, Bob comes out of his fucking hole with his power tool ready to go. God, I'd love to hurl a solid object right at his fucking head and maybe knock him out. He'd be straight back on though, probably a few hours later. Once he woke up and maybe made sure that he didn't have any brain injury, he'd be back on the fucking power tool. But yeah. Yeah, 3 Ultimate and Try are the 2 games where there are no palicos. Instead of palicos, we have shakalakas. And they're not very good. I don't like them. They're not as customizable as felines are. It wasn't as big of a deal in Try because, okay, let me give you a sense of the timeline. In Freedom Unite, the game that preceded Try, keeping in mind that in Japan, Freedom Unite released in 2008, and in Japan also Try came out in 2009, so they do have about a year's difference between the two. This thing is capturable, but I don't know if we want to capture. I'm going to put him in a trap. Never mind. He's dead. But, if you think about the timeline, felines in 2nd generation, the last game of course being Freedom Unite, were not customizable at all. You had a feline and that was it. It had no armor, it had no weapon, it just had this little fucking stick, and it was naked. And that was your feline in 2nd gen. And then in Try, the game that came, it was the first 3rd gen game, it came after Freedom Unite, you had Cha-Cha, and he was customizable in 2 regards. You could have a different helmet for him, and you could also manage his songs, and the songs that he played were of course going to support you in a certain way. So you had, for the first time, a companion that was customizable, whereas prior to that point, there was no such thing. Then Portable Third came out, and that was when we had palico or feline customization that we are familiar with today for the first time. Portable Third introduced weapons and armor for felines, and it was fucking great. I'm sorry. I'm sorry to be the one to receive this. I'm not the one who needs it, but here we are. Oh, didn't mean to take that. But yeah, and then, after Portable Third, this game came out. With Shakalakas again, where their only point of customization was their helmets and their songs. And it was a step backward in my opinion. I like Shakalakas kind of, but I prefer felines, because you can, you know, craft armor for them and all of that sort of thing, and you can control how they fight, and it's really good. It's a great system. But I do not like the fact that 3 Ultimate came out after Portable Third and went backwards on that. I thought it was quite silly. But anyway. What am I doing? That's right, I'm selling. Keep yourself on task, Doomlink, if you could. Little did they know we're going to be doing another Zenogre. Some people really do like the Sharkalakas. They have a real affinity for them. I never really liked Cha-Cha. I'm gonna say it. I'm gonna put it out there. You guys are just gonna have to live with this, but I didn't like Cha-Cha that much. He would talk during the quest. I turned off his fucking messages, which you could do in Try. I just turned them off. I didn't want to look at them. Maybe it's because I was so focused on the hunting experience that I didn't care about all the secondary stuff, like, you know, having someone chatting during the hunt. Oh, you want to do Diablos? Okay. Oh, you got what you needed. That's awesome. You've got Challenger Plus 2 now. I was hoping you'd be able to get that, because Challenger Plus 1 really does suck. I have to tell you, it's not good at all. But Challenger Plus 2 is very good. I'm glad you were able to get that. That makes me happy. Okay. What should I use now? Let's go bow. I haven't been using bow enough, have I? What should I equip? I guess, well, we could do rapid, but what's my rapid ice bow? I think I have a rapid ice bow. Let's equip my load up rapid bow and look for bows that shoot ice and rapid shots. Are you my rapid ice bow? No, you're not. You are certainly not. It's so fucking hard to check the things that it shoots. Water. Wow. My only ice bow at this stage is Arco Tree. Or Arco Tri, I guess. So I'll have to go... I don't have a spread ice bow? Come on! What the fuck is this? I haven't made all the bows that I want to make in this game yet, and I'm starting to feel it. Oh, fuck. Okay, so... I guess bow is not going to work. I don't want a pierce bow. Oh, wow. It turns out that Bob the Builder's drilling is not that audible in the microphone. Because I just saw it and it didn't make any noise in the microphone, so that's great. I might go Greatsword. Let's go Greatsword. We want this. But let's go with the Paladire, which is also my Ice Greatsword in Portable Third. It's a good Greatsword. Well, not really, it's normal, it's what you've got. The best ice monster in 3rd gen is Barioth, and it's not really raw damage based, it's more element and affinity. Which is not really my preference, but it's good enough. Well, of course Cha-Cha's better than Kayamba. I don't think anyone's gonna... No, you're not the only one in the chat, Ethan. Hopefully YouTube's not fucking up for you. Because there's plenty of people talking. Anyway. I did have it where... I've actually had it a lot of times where people have had problems with the YouTube chat where they can't see other people's messages. I've actually seen that before. And it just comes down to the fact that YouTube is barely functional. That's what it really is. So, if someone hints at the fact that they can't see someone else's messages, I'm not going to be sitting there going, oh, there's something wrong with your setup. I mean, YouTube barely works. So, yeah. Let's go this way, yeah. I love returning to the Sandy Plains, you know, I play all these different Monster Hunter games and this is almost like Mecca for me. It's somewhere I return to and it's somewhere I feel I must return to. On a spiritual level. Because while Freedom Unite was my first Monster Hunter game, Try was where I really cut my teeth as a hunter. Because I played so much of it. And I loved it to death. Loved it to death. Well, you might not exist to Ethan, because he might not be able to see what other people are saying, I don't know. But no, I'm reading what everyone's saying. I've got 2 chats to juggle, but it's not like they move fast. So, it's not difficult to juggle 2 chats at all. Brago seems to really like his Abyssal Laggy Horn. So much so that he would use a Thunder Weapon against a Diablos. Let's see if I can get it. Oh no, I just got hit instead. Well, fine. Aha, let's go for that head. It's not as good for damage, but you know what? If we're fighting a Diablos, we're breaking that head. Very good. I took a hit for that, but I don't care. It's worth it. I'm not going to shield this, I'm going to dive if necessary. Hey, that was a good life powder, I'm happy with that. But yeah, Ethan, there's only one person in my Twitch chat, and that's Vernon. Everyone else is in the YouTube chat, which is cool. Let's aim for that weak point. Can't really see anything, because Diablos is flailing around and all I can see is a flailing Diablos, really. Oh, this is dangerous. Aha! Nice one. I thought he was enraged, to be completely honest. I never bring Sonic Bombs to Diablos hunts because I'm totally useless and lazy. Back when I was not a casual hunter, back in the Tri days, I would always bring Sonic Bombs, and I would always flash out of that, exactly as he just did. Always would do it. If I didn't do it, I would feel like I'd done something wrong, because I was such a fucking, as Ethan would put it, I was a sweat back in Tri. But now, I don't have time to bring Sonic Bombs for hunts, you've got to be kidding me. If they don't usually live in my inventory, I'm not going to put them in my inventory for the hunt, unless I'm using a gun. At which point, yes, I will organise my inventory for the hunt. Seeing as though I'm closest to the head, for the sake of DPS, I will start attacking on the head, just so that I... Well, that was a good hunt, everyone. Look at that. Beautiful. Nice work. Very good. Very good. Well, Vernon watches on Twitch because there's less delay. And because he's playing with me, it's kind of important for him to have less delay. Yeah, whatever your preference is, Trash, do it. Because I'm never going to stop going live on YouTube. I don't think. I don't think I would go Twitch exclusive. No. I could, but what I would do instead would be upload the VODs to YouTube manually, but no, I think there's nothing wrong with going live on YouTube, so, as well as Twitch. I just wouldn't do it exclusively anymore, because YouTube has done me no fucking favours, so why should I stream exclusively to them? They've more than done no favours, they've in fact really fucked with me. So, yeah. Let's go sell all this. I'm getting close to the maximum number of, or the maximum amount of Zenny. So, there you go. Yeah, there are certain people who do watch me regularly who found me on Twitch. The only example I can think of is Pablo, but Pablo hasn't been on recently. He's a great viewer though, because, you know, he really enjoys my stuff, and you can tell when someone really enjoys your stuff, but Spaceman's the one who's been around the longest, you know. Longer than Ethan. He's been watching since around 2017. He's from the Doomlink's Random Hunt series. And he, so yeah, he found me on YouTube. My point is that a lot of people found me on YouTube. The people who found me on Twitch don't stick around, because Twitch people have got no fucking loyalty. The only Twitch viewer that I have that's stuck around is Tron, and he only watches for Zelda stuff, so he doesn't you know, it's a wonder that he's still around. And I appreciate that he's still around, because I really am Monster Hunter focused. More than I am Zelda focused, but yeah. I need to go to the bathroom, so I'm going to do that now. Just before because I'm dragging this out. I don't want people to wait for me. Oh, Brago sent me his guild card. Unfortunately, I don't think I have space for it. So, anyway, I will be... card slots after accepting 0. I'm pretty sure I currently have no slots. But I'll be back in just a moment. I'm back. You are my 10th subscriber? Damn. I didn't know you subscribed that early on. I thought you had subscribed at maybe around 50, but my 10th? Holy shit. I will try to take... Yeah, not enough room in my guild card. Sorry, I have to delete your guild card. Okay. Oh, triple laggy. Let's do it. It's been a little while. So many of you, well maybe not so many of you, but I would say a lot of you have probably only experienced Lagiacrus in, or Lagiacrus as I call him, in 4th gen, and there was no underwater combat. Lagiacrus is an underwater monster, so you're going to see him underwater properly. I mean, you've kind of already seen it with Abyssal, but yeah. He's an underwater monster for sure. That's where he thrives. What am I doing? Lance, I guess. Lance is my weapon of choice for underwater. Absolutely. Fire. That's gonna be good. Oh, Ethan's on Twitch, look out. Enjoy the much lower latency, and probably noticeably better video quality as well. But I need to eat. I'm gonna let Brago know that I did not deny him my guild card. What do you mean, use your little sub on me? What do you mean by that? I need to check my card list. Got cards from 2013 still. Look at this. Okay, now. Okay, so what would I like to remove? Lots of years, you know. Lots of years. I didn't start collecting guild cards until December, as you can see. But, what would I like to remove? I suppose these cards from Pie Girl. That's funny. I feel bad removing any of these. I'm not going to remove any. I've decided that I won't. Not for anyone playing today. Except for Vernon, of course. And any other close friends. But, yeah, like, what if these people don't have their accounts anymore? And their accounts are immortalized in my guild card list, you know? I think of things in those sort of sentimental terms. I don't know, Ethan. Maybe because I don't have that enabled, I'm not sure. My Twitch is very barren, it's very basic. There are a lot of functions to Twitch that exist now that I'm not familiar with, and I just have standard setups. But, that's right, we are heading this way for Lag. A lot of people are familiar with a deserted island where there are not underwater areas. In fact, areas 11 to 12 do not exist. And area 10 cuts off before you can jump in the water. In fact, those of you who are Generations and Generations Ultimate players, I hope you enjoy what you're about to see. Because this is the way the deserted island originally was like. And that is, when you approach the water over here, that's not just something you can't swim into. You can go straight in there. You just dive in the water. And there's a whole underwater area here. That's the way it is. Check it out. This is an Epioth. This is an underwater monster. There are a few gathering areas under here. And this sort of serves as a battleground as well for certain monsters. You often fight Royal Ludroth here. You also fight Laggy. He starts in area 11. Which is just over here. Yeah, Wargreymon 1 is Vernon. And Ethan remembers you, Vernon. He remembers you well. I said to him a while ago, you remember Vernon? He's like, how could I forget Vernon? So he remembers you. Because you were, back when we were first, about a year ago now, doing live streams with us together, you were in the chat helping us out with certain things that we weren't familiar with. Like if we needed to know something, you were the information guy. So your assistance is never forgotten. I enjoy swimming. I wouldn't want it in more Monster Hunter games than this, but this is good. I like this. I like this a lot. When I do occasionally give it a try. But it's going to become less occasional if I do play this game regularly, so maybe I will well and truly get sick of underwater combat again. Like I was sick of it in Try, which I was. I really wasn't a fan. So what you're seeing here, everyone, is the nature of triple monster quests in 3 Ultimate. They are the best quests for Hunter rank points, apart from quests like 4-point formation. The reason why is because they're very, very easy. Because it's a triple quest, the monsters have super reduced health. And they always spawn in the same place. So you just stay in one place and wait for them all to spawn. And then, in no time at all, you'll have 3 dead monsters with minimal effort, and you'll get lots of Hunter rank points. So, it's very good. And Brago has gone and placed a shock trap where he believes the monster will swim into. Laggy approaches from the distance. And I think he's in roughly the right spot. I remember him being a little lower than that. And a bit more to the left. Let's see if I'm right. He's probably right because he most likely remembers better than me. But I remember him being lower and to the left. So let's see who's right. But isn't this great? Oh, oh, lower and to the left? No, he's about right. He's about right. You can... Oh! Lower and to the left, ladies and gentlemen. I haven't done this quest in maybe 3-4 years, and I still remember where he spawns. Oh dear. Better than Brago, apparently. That's alright. Well, there isn't a specific music for underwater combat. You might just associate the deserted island combat theme with underwater combat, but it's the same. It doesn't change based on whether you're underwater or not. It's this is the deserted island theme, and Flooded Forest has one too. They all have their own combat themes, but yeah. It's not exclusive to underwater, in other words. I'm gonna do what Brago's doing. I'm gonna help out with the head. It's very easy to aim for something specifically with the lance. Yes, it is, Ethan. It really is perfect. It's just, it's a beautiful thing, and you don't realize how beautiful it is until you've been apart from it for a while, and then you return to it, and you're just like, God, how does this still exist? How do people still play this in a community? And here I am playing fucking Generations Ultimate and stuff like that. I mean, it's so good. What a fucking game. This is the worst case scenario, when you have to chase Laggy to Area 12. Would really rather not do this, because obviously it is a bit of a waste of time. I'm liking this hearing protection from the hunting horn guy, Brago. But yeah, we've had to chase him to Area 12 this time. And I love Area 12. If you've never seen Area 12 before, it's a very quaint, pleasant cave area. Rex is going for the capture? I think he's doing it. What's happening, Rex? Yeah, he's... Oh, we managed to break the back before he could be captured. Whatever, Rex. I think that's a good idea. We've had one capture. If you're going to do the triple hunt, it's good to have one of them be a capture. I agree with that. Because if you get one capture in and then kill the other two, then you've got... That's the best case scenario. You never want more than one capture, but it's good to have at least one. Because then your rewards will be lovely. Just lovely. Cooling effect? Why did I drink a cool drink? Huh. Maybe that's not what was said. I thought I read that the cooling effect had worn off. But maybe it was referring to the hunting horn song and I just read cooling and... Or maybe he played that effect on his horn. That's possible, yeah. Right, bringing paint coating for bow. I think paint coating still existed in the later games, but... Yeah. I guess you mean as a bow player now versus hunting with things like longsword. And yeah, it is good. Saves you paintballs. And Brago is like really unimpressed with the fact that he keeps missing the shock trap. Maybe I should be doing it. We've got 2 shock traps just sitting there now. At least one of them's being used. Trying to get that head. Well. Says Laggy. Is that a head break? Yes it was. And that is a crisp KO. A crisp KO. Now we just need the back. Oh, wasn't able to shield in time, regrettably. No flinch, but I think I can get that back. Come on. Come on, baby. Oh. It's fucking resilient, but you know what? I think I've still got it. Oh no, he died before I could get it. It doesn't matter that much, to be honest, but it's just good to break everything. Yeah, that was good. The back, oh, the back did break, right at the very end. That is good. I didn't see that it had broken, actually. Oh, we've got a shiny. This is how shinies work underwater. They're kind of weird, but yeah. You can find them literally anywhere in this space. Yeah, underwater combat is quite lovely. It's a little annoying, but in concept I love it so much that I can live with the fact that it's not as enjoyable to hunt inside an underwater system. Welcome to the live stream. Zoom Tool. I'll call you Zoom Tool. How about that? Good old Zoom Tool. I don't know if it's a requirement to have a name that's impossible to read when you make a Twitch account, but it seems to be. It seems to be. Because everyone on Twitch has these names that I just can't read. Or at least not comfortably. Anyway. We'll see what our next hunt is. But yeah, this is just a, okay, I've made a new stack there. Sell those. But yeah, this is just a fairly normal lance set. This is actually a full set. This is full Glacial Agnactor. I'll show you the... I couldn't possibly have a stack of Lagia Hardhorns. I couldn't possibly. I mean, I might. But that doesn't sound right. No, I don't. Okay, so... I guess I didn't have any. That's exactly what happened last time. I remember last time I acquired something and I was like, I couldn't have so many that that's created a new stack, and then I find out that it created a new stack because I didn't have any before. Ivory Laggy? Okay. I'm happy with that. Zumtul? Well, I'm not the only one who's been calling you that today, because there's no other real way to refer to you. That's the most comfortable way to do it. And if that sounds uncomfortable, then that should give you an idea as to how it's like to read your name in 4 single letters individually. I will go with Awakened Greysword, with the red mort. That's something a little different. ZMTL. Why would I call you ZMTL? You know why that's a problem? It's because it's totally inhuman. There's no warmth to that, to refer to a person by letters. I'm not going to sit here and judge your name for the next 10 minutes, although I could. But I'm just letting you know that a name like that is very difficult to use as a point of connection with a human being. Because it's letters. Like, unless you're an android, I don't think I can connect with you personally on that level. Oh. Well, what? Never mind, we're doing Giganox, but that works because he's weak to fire. So I'm happy with that. At least I don't have to... Oh, he stole my seat. Damn you. Fat nugget in the building, indeed. When's the new Rise demo? Potato? I don't know. I actually have got no idea, and the reason why is because I don't care. I will hunt Magnamalo when I'm ready. I'm not doing this because I can't do Magnamalo. I'm doing this because I have no intention of recording the Rise demo. I will play it, but I won't record it, so... Okay, what did I miss? I just came back from a massive coffee-induced shit. Wow. I didn't know that there was such a thing as a massive coffee-induced shit. I didn't realize that coffee worked as a laxative, but apparently it does. Yeah, maybe you are an android. This is also possible. I never considered that, you know. I don't mean to assume your species. And believe me, we will get to a point in the future where assuming a person's species will be politically incorrect. So I'm going to be a little bit avant-garde and apologize for assuming your species. Zumtl. Okay. Yeah. I don't know if it's out. I think it is out depending on where you are in the world. But it seems to be coming out later for European players. Well, fuck you, Giganox. Seriously. I haven't actually fought Giganox in this game in a very long time. Usually if I fight Giganox, it's just... Come on. Usually if I fight Giganox, it's just in Portable Third. But here he is in 3 Ultimate. He's not really any different. He just looks a little better because it's 3 Ultimate and not Portable Third. And to be honest, 3 Ultimate doesn't look that great because of the textures, but it does end up looking a little better than Portable Third. I have to do that because I have Rocksteady on this set, which is kind of dumb. Had I known that we were actually doing Giganox, I would have brought my high-grade earplugs greatsword set, but I had actually set up for... I have relaggy. So, there you go. Yes, and Potato identifies as an American World War II fighter plane. This is true. I didn't know caffeine was a diuretic. Well, that's interesting. That's interesting. I suppose laxative is for urination and diuretic is for what's the word? What's the scientific word for taking a shit? I know excrement is the... Anyway, doesn't matter. Let's discuss the scientific terminologies for shitting. Defecation, that's right, defecation. Excuse me. How could I forget about defecation? I've never had issues with shitting after drinking coffee, but whatever. I have a feeling that it's only a diuretic if you've got something else going on nutritionally in your gut. That's what I think. I think if you eat like shit, and you have caffeine, you're probably going to be shitting yourself. But not literally shitting yourself, but shitting more. Because this is news to me. This is news to me. Yeah, it was a bad pun, Potato, you're right about that. I'm barely paying attention to this hunt, to be honest. I'm doing what I can, I suppose. My subconscious is doing what it can. But I would definitely like to have raw resistance here, but I do not. Because I have my Rocksteady fucking greatsword set against a Giganox. Well, my... I say my Rocksteady set, it's really not. This is my Awaken set that happens to have Rocksteady. Not good. Oh, thank God for that. Thank God for that. Elemental attack boost bonus. I will fucking take that because you know what? Let's check my elemental damage right now. Oh, 540. Or 640, yeah? 640 is not bad at all. It's very nice actually. Oh, I can resist... How can I resist your roar with Rocksteady? Rocksteady is crazy in this game. I thought... Oh my god. So Rocksteady actually works on everything except Elder Dragons. That's insane. No wonder they had to nerf Rocksteady. There's almost no reason to have high-grade earplugs in this game. High-grade earplugs is purely a Elder Dragon sort of situation. This is essentially your 3rd generation Kezu, and Ethan and I talk about this often, Trash, because they've decided to bring back Kezu, but not Giganox. Now, this is the monster you should be fighting in 4th generation, not Kezu. I don't understand why they brought him back. I don't know why they brought back Kezu from 1st and 2nd gen and left this guy behind, because this monster is more dynamic and interesting than Kezu. But for some reason Kezu was the one they brought back, and it is an absolute mystery of the ages as to why Capcom ever got it in their heads that Kezu would be better than Giganox, because at the moment, in terms of introducing them into a game, there is a certain level of mutual exclusivity, because you can't have one as well as the other. You have to have one or the other. So, if we really had to choose, I think I'd choose the one that's not Kezu, because Kezu sucks. He's an asshole. What? No. No, I couldn't. No, it's not all large crowns, surely. I couldn't have just acquired all large crowns. No. I think it's a lot of large crowns. Where is it? Am I blind? Where is it? Large crown. Oh, here it is. Proof you have hunted many large foes. Okay. It's probably just... There is probably a gold large crown for the Guild card. As you can see, I don't care about the Guild card. I've never bothered with it. There are people who have played much less of this game who have a full Guild card. Or a completed Guild card, as they call it. But, yeah. Next decoration requires G-rank Duramboros and high-rank Lagombi materials. What? Those are 2 fairly fun hunts. It's not something boring like, I don't know, Diablos. Not a Diablos fan, personally. Maybe not boring, I wouldn't say Diablos is boring, but unenjoyable, yes. Oh, it's my turn. Jeez, I'm sorry for being AFK for like a minute and a half, holy shit. That guy's a bit eager, isn't he? So, I will host Duramboros and you can host Lagombi, Vernon. Oh, Diablos was a key quest for your next rank up. That's fine, I'm not like taking issue with you choosing Diablos, I'm just comparing it to hunts that we've done so far. Duramboros, let me see if I've got the triple quest. There's a triple Duramboros, I don't know if it's here, I think it's here. Yes, I do have the triple quest. I'm glad I have the triple quest, actually. Because that works out very nicely. Honestly, Greatsword would be fun, but... no. I'll probably go... what would I like to do? Let's do Hammer. Let's do Hammer. Because I haven't been hammering lately. So this is another situation where I do have 2 choices for Fire Hammer. I have this, which looks like a flower. Like a rose or something. Which is the Dia Moralis Hammer. You know what we have to do in this recording? We have to do Moralis, because I haven't done enough of Moralis on camera. We have to do that. That is one of those monsters that is unique to this game, that so many people are not familiar with. So many people don't know Moralis, and he's a hunt. He's an Elder Dragon. And he's pretty serious. I'll be going with this Varrog's Star Smasher. It's a very good hammer. Better than what I just equipped. But, yeah, he's a larger-than-life sort of monster. And he's not that fun. But he's interesting to watch if you've never seen him before. So therefore I would like to post him at some point. Probably on my next turn. At which point I'll probably conclude my recording. We'll see. We'll see how I'm feeling. I'm eager to play a lot, because I get a lot of enjoyment out of 3 Ultimate, I really do. Yeah, pretty much the one that I just mentioned, Trash. The question being, does this game have any exclusive or underrated monsters you're fond of? Yeah. Dire Morales. Underrated in the sense that no one discusses him. I've never had, I mean, probably I have, but it doesn't happen often, where I'm just talking about Monster Hunter games with people, and Dire Morales is mentioned. It never happens, because people forget about Dire Morales. He's basically... his name is Guran Miraosu in Japanese, and he's the, So compare the Japanese names. I guess Fatalis and Morales are very similar, but at the same token, the Japanese names are quite similar. Miraboriasu is the Fatalis name, and then you've got Guran Miraosu for Morales, and he's really just an amphibious Crimson Fatalis. He's fucking amphibious. Like, think about that. I mean, it's so interesting. It's an interesting hunt. Really, really interesting. And it's unique to this game. He appears in no other game, and I would guarantee that he is not going to appear in another game. I don't know what it is, I just don't think they'll do it. If they do it, then I'll actually be pretty annoyed, because he deserves to be unique to this game. He is one of those monsters that cannot be given to the hunters who don't appreciate him. Like what happened with Fatalis. But you know what, at least Fatalis was in 4th generation, so it wasn't as bad. But something like Morales, which is purely for people who played this game, I mean, maybe Morales never will come for the reason that he is an amphibious monster, so therefore, unless the game has underwater combat, he won't come. If Capcom ever returns to underwater combat, I think the first thing they'll want to return is Dire Morales. Because the first half of the fight is underwater, and then the second half is on land. And if the hunt goes for a really long time, it can go back to being an underwater fight. Whoa! I don't think there are enough people who've played this game for Capcom to bring him back for the nostalgia. Yeah. I've got Brago helping out with KO. So that's why he was KO'd so quickly. Make sure you mind that tail, Vernon, when he slams his tail down. So once he does this, get on that tail. He's enraged, so he might not launch himself in the air. Sorry, Brago, if I send you flying. I fortunately did not. You do not want to send someone flying in 3rd gen, because if you do, they're stuck in that animation for a while. They can't attack out of it. Very good. Alright, that was really good. I think we broke everything. Very quickly. Oh, Rex, that is not the place to place the trap. That is way off target. That is unbelievably off target. This is assuming that the spawn point is this Durambolite. Check that out. That is basically the mantle of this monster. Durambolite. Just from a random carve. I'll take that. Thought it was worth saying. Assuming that it's the same spawn point as Portable Third, it's about here, from memory. It's about in this spot. Oh, look! Vernon knows. Vernon knows. Nice work, man. I'm glad you've retained that information. That's cool. So it's much closer to where Vernon placed the trap, to my understanding. So, we'll see. That's so funny, just as I was showing it. Oh, it's actually in between both. That's so funny. But just as I was showing where the spot would be, Vernon's there placing a trap. But just to the left of me. So I think I was closest in the end. That is such a shame. Just missed that KO because he went and flew into the fucking shock trap. Oh well. Would have been nicer to knock him out in the shock trap. But let's try to get him in the pitfall. I'm gonna ping them. Whoops, I did not mean to attack. That was not what I was meaning to do. Just trying to get him in this pitfall. We just don't want to waste it. I'm gonna hit this tail. I don't know if Ethan's still in the chat, Vernon. He might be. He might be doing other stuff. If you're still listening, Ethan, Vernon's asking how you've been. Oh, you are here? Okay. Well, I'm glad you're still here. Otherwise my heart would have been broken and I would have called you after the stream in tears. Looks like this trap is not being used for this Duramboros. I think we'll just have to... Oh, he's going to try and limp out. Let's get him. I've definitely made this harder because I haven't been contributing to this hunt. Because I've just been waiting by the fucking pitfall and no one else seems to want to get him in. Excellent. We'll have to save that. Oh, fuck off, Raytheon. Does anyone have dung? I don't. I think Brago's got it. Oh no, maybe he doesn't. Looks like they want to fight Raytheon. I would rather not, considering that I've got... Oh, she's dunged. Thank God for that. She can't be affected by dung while... Oh, well, okay. Then again, Brago has lightning damage, which is good. But with my fire weapon, you know what? I'm the only one who's elementally inappropriate for a Raytheon hunt. Everyone else is going slime or thunder, which is perfect for her. But yeah, mainly because I can't contribute, I don't really want to fight her. So, there you go. What kind of damage am I doing with attack boost bonus? 1,835. God damn. No, Ethan is awake. Trash. He's in the Twitch chat. I can't hit that fucking head because of those bombs. That didn't work. Thankfully I didn't fuck anyone up there. Let's get him in this trap. I want to knock him out in the pitfall. Come on, guys. Yeah. Perfect. No? I was hoping he would do 2 backwards attacks there and back into the trap. Come on, baby, get in that trap. Alright, let's go for the knockout. This will happen. Now, even if I'm missing my hits here, as you can see... Well, I didn't manage to do it in the trap, sadly, but... that probably works out better, because now you can hit the back better. But, yeah. Lag compensation also works for KO damage, of course. So, therefore... if I do physically miss the head with any of my attacks, you can assume that lag compensation will deal the damage. So, it's very good in that way. Calm his tail. Don't think I've been calming them, really. I've already got Durambulite, so I guess I'm content. What would I replace? I guess Antidotes. His two weak points are the tail and the hump. One of the reasons why he takes so long to die is not just because he has high health, which he does have, but more than anything else, it's because it's difficult to hit his weak points consistently. If you're hitting his back legs, his front arms, even his head, you're really not doing much damage. It's his hump and his tail that take the most damage. So. I love this little mushroom that's growing off his body. There are two mushrooms actually, check this out. I mean, how many of you have noticed this? I'm always looking at this. These two mushrooms on his body. I wonder what they taste like. Can you imagine? Oh, that's pretty gross. Mushrooms growing off a living animal, that's pretty disgusting. Although maybe that does exist in real life. Maybe there is an animal in the real world where mushrooms can actually grow off them. It's definitely possible. Maybe a tortoise or something. I don't know enough about tortoises to say definitively whether or not mushrooms can grow off their shells or anything like that. But it's pretty gross. It's gross to me anyway. Oh. Alright, what's our next hunt? That is my 7th Durambulite. I'm sitting on a lot of that, which is pretty cool. Mushrooms sometimes grow on big tortoises. Not turtles though. Trash. You have to understand, turtles are the ones that live in the sea. Although maybe there are some freshwater turtles. I hadn't thought about that. Freshwater turtles? Is there such a thing? I think there would have to be. Freshwater turtle. Because there are freshwater dolphins. They're called river dolphins and they're fucking ugly looking. At least I'm quite sure that they live in freshwater. But, yeah. Desert storm. Sand barrier. Well, that means I need ice. But yes, of course, tortoises live on land. Yes, there are freshwater turtles. Well, I didn't know. I don't know enough about turtles. I assumed that turtles were seagoing creatures because they navigate such vast areas of ocean that I assumed that they were too migratory to live in a freshwater environment. As far as tortoises, I mean, I probably don't know too much about them either, but as far as freshwater turtles, no, I didn't know much about them. There are more fresh turtles than saltwater turtles. That's interesting to know. I really wasn't familiar with that fact. That's true. Snapping turtles. I am familiar with them. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, snapping turtles. I am familiar with them. It's funny, you can know of certain things, but they don't come to mind when you think about them. What would I like to use? I guess dual blades. But what set would I use? I wouldn't use this set. I'm going to kill him with his brother's dual blades. Actually, now that I think about it, I think it actually incorporates some... Yes, it does incorporate some... Or maybe it doesn't, no. I think this is purely Barioth. It doesn't incorporate Sand Barioth. Some things that you upgrade into actually incorporate Sand Barioth, such as the Sword and Shield. But this is purely Barioth by the looks of it, for these dual blades. Okay. I think we're ready to go. This should be a fairly quick and easy quest. Okay. So this will probably be the fastest way to where I want to go. One thing that I do love about the G rank designs for armor sets are things like wings growing off the back and things like that. Because you do see that a lot. They like to have wings for the winged wyverns, or the flying wyverns I should say. Their armor sets often have actual wings on them. And I do think that's pretty cool. It's a bit over the top, isn't it? But I like it. I like this armor set. Might look a little bit weird with the the Goldbeard Seadeus head, but it's alright. I should find a bit of... The thing is, for people who play these games, hunting Morales and Goldbeard Seadeus is kind of boring, but for people who've never played these games, to see a Goldbeard Seadeus fight, or to see a Morales fight, is good fun. So I'd love to get those on camera if I can. I'm going to aim for the tail. I'm being pushed in a corner right now, I can't really do anything. Shut up, Bob the Builder. Actually, you can't hear him. He's got a drill, and he's drilling into something rather solid, so it creates quite a bit of a noise, but if you can't hear it, then that's good. Bob the Builder. He really is like a guest of this channel at this point. Like an official guest. An unwelcome one at that. A very unwelcome guest. Let's get that tail. I must be one of the few Monster Hunter players in the world right now playing 3 Ultimate instead of playing the Rise demo. And you know, there's nothing... Wow, I was aiming for that tail the whole fucking time. That's crazy. But, you know, there is nothing more satisfying to me than playing 3 Ultimate when I should be playing the Rise demo. I don't know what it is, but it's so fucking satisfying. Oh, the Rise demo just dropped. Isn't that funny? I didn't even read what John Ross said, but for some reason that flashed into my mind, and indeed the Rise demo has just dropped. You don't need to worry about being sad when he's done with his Reno, Ethan, because he will never be done with his fucking Reno. He'll never be fucking done. No! It's Ethan, well, okay, you know what? Talk to me in 8 months when you don't want to look Rise in the face. Talk to me when Rise is like this fucking diseased pile of radioactive waste in your life. Just let me know. Talk to me then, Ethan. It might be fine. I have said that it might be fine. I don't have high expectations. Okay, Ethan. Okay. Okay. Heavy indigo tusks. Okay, so this stuff I do need to sell, but heavy indigo tusks I am indeed able to keep. I've been disconnected. Why? Did the quest host leave? Were you disconnected, Vernon? I don't think he would have kicked me. I didn't do anything wrong. No, I was most likely just disconnected because he left the room, which is really bad manners. Terrible manners. You were? Okay, so he just closed the room out of nowhere. Didn't even let us know. What an asshole. You DDoSed me? Okay. Okay. Sounds good. Sounds good. Alright, 6 players. We're probably gonna have to make a room, Vernon. Yeah, we're gonna have to make a room. I'll create one now. G rank is what I'll call it. Target anyone is welcome. There we go. I'm just trying to make it as soon as possible because I don't want that other guy. I don't want, I forgot his name now. Shit. The guy whose name started with BR. I don't want him to make a room. And then he never joins my room because he's made a room also. So therefore I made one as quickly as possible. Because I think it was that, that other guy who was hosting and just randomly left. What an arse. That is a bad attitude, man. Bad attitude. Brago, that's his name. Or Brago. Brago. Yeah. Yeah, he's cool. I just hope that he joins us and doesn't just make a room of his own and then sit in that alone. Which would, you know, suck. Oh, man. Bargo is fun to play with. Yeah, bravo. Damn. I have a feeling that Brago made his own room. Vernon, can you actually leave the room and check to see if he made a room? Because if he made a room, we'll join on him. There's no use us just sitting here alone with no one else to play with, because there is no one else. There are 7 people, including him, most likely playing at this time. So, we'll see what's happening there. If he's made a room, I will close this and join on him. But yes, I will be playing Rise today. Just not recording it. Yeah, I have no desire for that. No? I guess he finished up for the day. Or maybe he'll be back on shortly. Oh, there are 9 online now. Well, that's good. That's good. It was 6 when I was coming on. So maybe he's just sitting in the lobby. You know, remember the times when people would chat in the lobby? It was a huge thing. There were like 2 separate communities back in Try. You had the community of people who would chat in actual rooms, in hubs, and then you had people who would just chat in the city, like in that big entranceway at the entrance to the city. People would just type all day. Like, I probably spent about a week just chatting in there. Because it was good fun. Every time, imagine, every time you log on to Try, people were just chatting in the first place that you walked into, and they were having full-on conversations. It was great. And sometimes you'd just join in, you'd see something interesting that you could get in on, and you'd just start typing at them, and you just join the conversation, and you've just come online to hunt, and then you're getting pulled into this great conversation about something before you even hunted anything. That's what Try was like. It was really good. Is there a G-rank quest for Nahabra? Yeah, there is. And I believe it's kill 50 Nahabra. I'm going to see if I can find it. I'm pretty sure that it's there. And I believe it's 50. It's fucking miserable. It's a really sad time. I seem to remember it. No, it's not an advanced quest. I swear there was one. Maybe it's the high rank that I'm thinking of. So maybe there isn't. It wouldn't be an Hunter rank 8. Imagine a Hunter rank 8 Nahabra quest. What would it be? Nahabra Queen. Yeah, it is one of those games, Trash. Absolutely. I suppose it's this one where there are 50. I'm so sorry to hear that you need to make Nahabra stuff, because it's not fun. Well, if we've only got 2 people, Vernon, I'd like to request a hunt, and that is Goldbeard Sea Deus, because so many people haven't seen that, and I'd love to have that on camera. So what we're going to do, I'm going to go Pierce. It's not going to take too long with 2 people, I will mention. If I'm going Pierce, it'll be done in no time at all. But I'd just like to do a quick Goldbeard. You need to make his armor? Well, that works out very well. That works out excellently. So I'm going to bring Pin Tuna and Bird Wyvern Fangs for my Pierce. Bird Wyvern Fang is for Pierce level 1, Pin Tuna is for Pierce level 2. Do keep in mind that Pierce level 3. Pierce level 2 and 3 overlap in terms of their combination requirements, so it's actually better to use those items for Pierce level 3 than Pierce level 2 for obvious reasons. So that is how that works. Maybe use or get Bone Husk S, and that should be good. And we'll make sure we've got. Aha. I'm gonna buy some ammunition, of course. That is important. But yeah, Sea Deus in the Goldbeard form is basically the same as offline Sea Deus. Pretty much the same monster. But this one's gold. Where is Goldbeard? Hello? Here he is. Throne of the Abyss. I mean, I really could have just looked for that. I would have immediately recognized that that was Sea Deus. So yeah, it looks like it's just the 2 of us. This is my Pierce set. Challenger +2, attack up small, Pierce up, and evade extender, of course. Whenever I use heavy bowgun, I use evade extender. That is the way I do it. Aha! Oh look who it is! Zaki, the guy who does nothing but leave rooms where people are hunting, so he's doomed to never hunt with anyone. I mean, how ironic. If he just stayed in a fucking room, he'd actually be able to hunt. He's gone and joined up. Fuck this guy, seriously. What's his setup? He's got full Nahabra low rank with a purple Ludroth greatsword. Well, whatever. At least he can finally fucking hunt with us. This fucking Zaki guy. Yeah, Lance is really good in underwater in general, but Sea Deus is also really good with Lance. Bow is also fine. Bow's not going to be unenjoyable at all. The Magnum fight feels clunky. I don't know, it might be because I'm playing multiplayer. I don't know. We're going to find out. I mean, there's a part of me that is tempted to record my first impressions of Magnum, but no. I don't really want to. No, I'm not going to do it, Trash. I'm not going to do it. Part of the reason is because I would have to work on Ethan's sound. Sometimes he's far away from the mic, and more than anything else I would have to compress his audio to try and make it louder and also quieter, given the situation, like I'm doing with my audio now. And it's a bit of work. But more than that, that's not really what it comes down to. It just comes down to the fact that I don't want to have Rise stuff on my channel, and I don't want to be sitting there shit-talking it to people who don't want to hear negative stuff. So, yeah, that's the situation. Not doing it. Not bloody doing it, mate. I'll play this, why not? Your Wi-Fi is awful. Yeah, that might be what it is, I don't know. I feel like you'd be able to identify if it were a problem of internet connectivity, however. Zaki's probably like, why aren't you skipping? Well, I'm sorry. He sort of stays still at first and then he'll angle himself down. That's why I positioned myself here. One thing to take note of when it comes to underwater shooting is that your critical distance is reduced much more. Much more. As you can see, one thing to take note of with the Cedeus water beam is that it has width beyond what you would see with the main water beam. So if you can see it from afar, there's actually a rotating column of water around it that displays the true width. I have to go down. Down! Fuck. But anyway. If you're sort of close by, you can't really see. But outside of that, yes, critical distance, you do have to be quite close to him. Closer than you normally would be with PS, for instance. Just aiming for that beard if I can. It's also good to aim for the main body. The tail is also very good. So if he just starts randomly swimming off in some other direction, it means that he's going to ultimately end up in front of the Dragonator. So you need to be in position at the Dragonator if he starts swimming around. It's sort of like it's like an animation. He will begin an animation sequence that will ultimately have him reach the Dragonator, so you have to be in position for that. Instead of chasing him like Zaki's doing, you just have to go to where he's going to ultimately end up, which is here. And once he comes up, we're going to Dragonate him right in the chest. Just like that. You can aim down sights if you want. Oh, no. Can I get out of the way of it? No. See that rotating column there? Well, I don't know if column's the word, but you can see the water is rotating around the water beam. And that actually shows the true width of the water beam itself. It's quite wide. So it can be hard to get out of the way of. I'm doing what I can, but it's pretty bad. Don't do it again. Yeah, I don't want that. I love his horns, though. Love his horns. They look so good. Magnum Malo is so big, he phases through the camera. That is kind of bad. It's not good at all. One thing that you can do in 3rd generation pierce gunning is really listen for critical distance. You can hear it better in this game than in any other. The sound that you've been hearing so far is the sound of good critical distance. Rather than listening for it, in 4th generation, your game will actually... there will be a shaking that will take place in your game to show that you're dealing good damage. It's sort of like a different way to conduct hit lag. There goes the beard. You've never fought Cedeus without a hammer or sword and shield. I'm so sorry to hear that. I mean, hammering Cedeus? Why would you do such a thing? Mostly hammer. I don't know how you... well, if I were in your position and I had only hammered Cedeus, I'd probably hate this monster. Because this is bloody annoying. For hammer. His head's always moving all over the place. I've never KO'd a Cedeus though. I don't know if he can be KO'd. He probably can. I don't think I've ever seen it. I suppose you'd be able to tell me, Ethan. Can Cedeus be KO'd? Sounds pretty crazy to me. I'm gonna angle myself down again. Come on. Come on, Reaver Jolt. Fuck you. I should have said hi. He's another one of those people who just leaves if people are on the quest. It's like, why? Do you have an alternative? You probably don't. So therefore, I guess I'll see you again in the future. That's always how it is, you know. Alright, so I'm going to combine for Pierce level 3. Get myself up to 40 shots, I believe. 41. It is a little luck based. Sometimes you can get 2 shots with 1 combined, sometimes only 1. So that does affect the amount that you can get. There is a skill that increases the number of shots that you get for each combination. I think in the later games it's called Bullet Limit. I don't know if Bullet Limit actually exists in this era. But yeah, I forgot to bring air filters. Unless they are still in my inventory from that Abyssal Laggy hunt. Which they are not. I put them away. Well, that's alright. Hopefully we can kill this guy before I need to get oxygen. But I'm not counting on it. Oh, that was fucking close. I better not get hit by anything. Oh, this is not good. This is gonna hurt. He actually has an attack that can deal Dragon Blight. It's his Body Slam. For some reason, the Cedeus Body Slam actually has a dragon element. I don't know how that works, but... anyway. That's the only way you can take dragon damage in the offline of Try. Alright, I'm losing health now. Let's go find some air bubbles. I think we've got some close by. There aren't any there? Shit. Where are the nearest air bubbles? There they are. There they are. Let's go grab them. Quickly. This is why you bring air filters, because it saves you the time of doing this shit. I'm just going to naturally recover my health here. Are you swimming? What are you doing? Are you doing a charge attack? I think you are. I'll probably carve your horn in the meantime, wherever it is. I can't see it. Oh god, look at him. Gearing up for a charge attack. What are you attacking, Zaki? Seriously. Let's go carve this horn. It is a double carve. Uh-oh, I might get hit by this. Let's see what happens. Yeah, that's looking like it'll hit me. Oh, fortunately not. Fortunately not. Oh, Reaver is another streamer that you watch. Well. Don't know what he's looking for. Well, I guess, you know, that would be the only exception to everything I've said so far. If you're streaming and you need to get into regular hunts, then it's a little different. I understand that you would maybe leave and then join your own room, but in my case, I weigh up my options. And I weigh up my options. If there are no other options, I'll just sit and wait, even if I'm live, because really, you should be able to entertain during downtime. So, I don't know. Him making his own room and then waiting for people to join would be less ideal than just sticking with us. When it's over to him. He might not even be live. I don't know. Oh shit. Why am I no longer in the carb range? Oh, I took my fucking weapon out. Somehow. Did not intend to do that. Luminous Organ is the high rank rare, I think. Although I don't recall it being difficult to acquire in Try, so maybe not. Well, I'm glad you enjoyed that, Trash. I was really doing this hunt for people like you who maybe aren't familiar with monsters like these, but this here is the final boss of Try. But in Try, he's not gold. He's just, he's sort of a bluish white. So I think I ended up getting 5 luminous organs in one hunt. Something like that. 6 perhaps. Because it looks like I have 3 in my inventory. Wow. Or not. Maybe not. No, I think it tells you that you've got 3 in the reward box. I think that's what it tells you. So that box icon's actually to denote reward box, not inventory. Good to know. But yeah, I like hunting Goldbeard. He's good fun. If you've got pierce shots, if you've got a good pierce set like mine, it's a quick hunt. Some of the fastest hunts I've ever seen are a group of 4 people with well-optimized pierce sets going up against Goldbeard Cedeus. It's actually sad. It's about 60 seconds and he's dead. So, probably even less with a very well-optimized team. 71 luminous organs. Yeah, I don't think that's actually a rare. I'm starting to think that it's not, because that's insane. Okay. Dark Dragon Gems, however, I believe you can only acquire them from high rank Cedeus in the village. So if you actually want to make Cedeus weapons in this game, or armor for regular Cedeus, I believe, you need Dark Dragon Gems, which is basically the mantle of Cedeus. I believe I have some in my inventory. Like 4 or something like that. 4 or 5. How I remember that, I couldn't tell you, but I'm quite sure I do. Don't know where Cedeus stuff is. Here we go. Oh, it's... aha, over here. I have 2 Dark Dragon Gems and 27 Deep Dragon Gems. I thought I had more than 2. I must have used some for something at some point. But yeah, Dark Dragon Gems are pretty rough to get, because Cedeus is a bit of a task to fight in the offline, or at least it is if you're level appropriate. Don't want to be rude, but probably need to kick Zaki. He won't be of much use to us. Well, look, if we have 4 people, I will kick him, but yeah, this stage, there's no reason not to have him here. He's Hunter rank 7, I see, and he's got, yeah, I can see what you mean. It's not looking good. What language is that? Un plazo concorte. Conocerte. It's probably, it's either, well, I think it's Spanish, because I think they have those inverted exclamation marks and question marks. Vernon, I'm really sorry, I just can't kick him because... You know, this is a very small community. It just feels wrong to kick a person when they've really almost got no other options. You know, there aren't many people to play with here, so I'm actually going to help him with his God Wraith. You know, I hope you can forgive me, but it just doesn't feel right to kick him. I couldn't do that. He hasn't done anything to really cause trouble. He hasn't fucked with me in the hunt. He hasn't died 3 times. He hasn't done anything like that. And in the end, he might be able to contribute to a certain level in whatever hunt you want to post, so... Until I see him really fuck with the hunt, I'm going to keep him in, and I'm actually going to help him with this quest. So... Okay, what would I like to do? It is... Pink Wraithian, so dragon, I suppose. Dragon spread. Bow. I would have a dragon spread bow. I think I've got dragon for... Are you my spread bow? Spread level 4. Can I get you to level 5 on load up? And that is the question. It is not spread level 5. Although I do have spread level 5. Oh no, that's fire, you fool. Okay, so let's just go with that. World Seer's Bounty, is that what it's called? Yes. That's fine. Let's go bow, shall we? Watch him flash Rajang. Well, Rajang does not exist in 3rd generation, so I think we'll be alright. I think we'll be alright there. There are no monkeys at all in 3rd generation. In fact, that's one of the reasons why 3rd gen's my favourite generation. It's because there are no monkeys. So, I'm pretty happy with that fact. Alright. Let's go Exchanger. And in the end, I think that one of the reasons why he can't be of much help here is because at the end of the day, he does still have to work on his character in game. And I'd like to contribute in some way to that. I'm like the freezer of Monster Hunter. Could you elaborate on that? Probably had about that much rum today. No, probably not that much. It will be that much after this pour, though. Let's leave it at that. Freezer hates monkeys, yeah. Well, fuck, I'm actually getting... Look how much health I just lost to Jagia. Can you believe that? Okay. That was not great. Well, John Ross doesn't seem to be having fun with Magnamalo at all. Seems to be sort of a continuation to the Nergigante fight of World, which was quite difficult. They balanced that hunt to really challenge you. So, that makes sense to me. Whoa! That fucking tail, man. Feels good to use bow in this game. I don't do it much these days. No, oh, that was nasty. No, you don't. You damn female dragon. Of course, close range coding is very good with spread, but you don't get as much of it as you do power coding, so... Kind of a problem in that way. Whoa! Did you Did you see that? That fucking triple reposition. That's nasty. Or reorientation, we could say. Because she didn't technically position herself, she orientated herself to charge in a specific direction. But I guess you could argue that that level of movement constitutes positioning. So, semantics once again. Semantics with Doomlink. To take a rather epistemological point of view of the English language, for the benefit of no one. Stop! I was getting flinched by in the harbour. Stop. Look at the... Oh, that was very good. That was a very good timing for that knockdown. No, you say that, John Ross, but you have to understand that the demo is always going to be harder than the full game. Did you ever experience the Nergigante fight in the World demo? World, when it came out, was the easiest game in the series, by far. But the demo? You couldn't really kill Nergigante. Unless you were really well optimized. It's just what they do in demos. The demos are always harder. So don't judge the difficulty of the game based on what you're playing right now, please. Because you'll be sorely mistaken. Sorely mistaken. And one of the reasons why they do this is because they have groups like Team Darkside making their demo hunts look like a fucking walk in the park. So they want to have a challenge involved there. I suppose I could go for the paralysis. Don't know how many coatings it will take. I'm going to guess about 12. Let's see if I'm right about that. Oh. I suppose whether or not it's 12 will depend on how good I am with my spread, because... Aha, only took 10. We will go to no coding so that we can go back to dragon damage. Well, you can hope that it's harder, but I think the only way you'll be able to have a harder game is if you don't collect endemic life prior to hunting the monster. To what I understand, or as far as what I understand with Rise, easy mode is collecting endemic life prior to the hunt, and then if you choose not to do that, then you'll have a technically harder hunt. So the difficulty of the hunt is in your control in that way. So if the game is too easy, you just don't collect endemic life. Where are you headed for, Think Gravy? That way. Very well. I'll probably just do 4 hours. I don't think I need to do more than that. We'll set it to about 4 hours for this recording. I don't have to do Morales in this hunt. We can do Morales next hunt. Or next recording series is what I mean to say. Next recording session. Referring to the recording session as a hunt is probably the most confusing thing you could possibly do. What's the story behind Lord Zor as a name? It was a random name that I came up with in Try. No, in Freedom Unite, I came up with the name Lord Zor. It was Lord Zor in Freedom Unite, and then in Try, because the resolution of the letters on the keyboard was so low, I somehow managed to mistake the E's for O's. Now, you would think that familiarity with the keyboard layout, the QWERTY keyboard layout, would be enough to not type E's instead of O's, but somehow I managed to do that. I still don't know how I did it, but I actually met someone online who did the same thing as me. Because of that low resolution, it had to do with the font. The font didn't lend itself well to 480, which is what those games ran at. And that's Arabian Mantle. But, yeah, the E was so low resolution that it looked like a closed O. So my name was Lord Zer in Monster Hunter Tri, originally. And it kind of worked. I kind of liked the Lord Zer because it was a weird fucking name. It was weird. It's like, what is Lord Zer? What does that mean? Because Lord, you don't read it as Lord because Lord is such a weird word. It's like, Lord? Lord Zer. What a weird name. So it kind of worked for me, but, okay, we want to sell conflagrant sacks. But I had actually met another guy. Reaver joined and left again. Is this guy for real? Well, Vernon, if you want to know my first impression of the guy, he's a bit of a dork. Because he keeps fucking leaving, weirdly. Like, why join only to leave? I've been shitting on people this whole time for doing exactly that, and here he is doing it. Like, what are you doing with yourself? You either stick around or you fuck off. And you can actually see, prior to joining the room, whether people are on a quest. So, if you're joining a room only to leave because we're on a quest, open your eyes and see if we're on a quest prior to joining the frickin' room. It's really that easy. I don't know what else there is to say. Anyway, yeah, anyway, I was talking to a guy back in the Tri days who clearly had a name where his O's were replaced with E's, and I said to him, did you think that those E's were actually O's when you were naming your character? And he's like, yeah, I did. And I was like, shit, it was the same for me. And that was just really funny, to actually meet someone who had encountered the same problem as I have. Okay. It's a little bit too bright. I'm gonna turn down the brightness of my room light. To do something with my keyboard. That'll do. Let's look at that. Yeah, it's a weird name. But it, when capitalized properly, like capital L, capital X, it's kind of alright. Whoa. Anyway, that Reaver guy, so far, not looking good, mate. Not looking good. Is he back? No, he's not. Thank fuck for that. Who have we got? Leo is 191, I think. I can barely see his hunter rank on that gamepad, but I think he's 191. 151. Okay. And that's pretty good. So should I kick Zaki? You know what? I'll kick him, because if he returns, I will not kick him again. I've kicked him once, just to open it up for a potential third, but if he does return, then I will not kick him again, because I'm not that kind of person. I'm not going to do that. So, what should we hunt? Post whatever you like. Oh, you're given a limit of 12 minutes to hunt him. Shit. Well, there you go. Devil Joe, okay. That works out well for Leo, because he's got a whole dragon element set up there. I'll put my keyboard down, I'm not really using it these days. I haven't used it in a little while, like an hour or so. I used it to say good hunt, but I don't need to say good hunt. So I'll put it down, because I'm crossing my legs now, so it's a bit more awkward. Devil Joe. What would I like to use? Greatsword, I guess. I think Rocksteady works against Devil Joe in this game, so I'll go with that. If I'm wrong, then I'm fucked. But hopefully, if I am actually wrong... Well, you know what? It would be more fun to use Nero's Anguish, so let's do that. Because I don't often use that weapon in this game. They changed it a lot in this game. They made it so that... a lack of sharpness +1 kind of hurts for this weapon though. I'm going to use it anyway. One thing that I don't like about the Devil Joe Greatsword here versus Try, and it's such a silly thing, is that I'm used to having a purple accent instead of a red accent. Because I would use the Anguish P. Sometimes I'd use the Anguish G, but usually P. And, yeah, I'm just used to seeing that. When I see the red accent, it looks like an unupgraded... It looks like the Berserker sword from Try. Lucina. That's a pretty name. Lucina. If I had a daughter, I would probably name her Lucina. Perhaps not. I've got a lot of other names that I would probably go to first, but that's a potential name. It's lovely. Anyway. It turns out that we've got a nice team, so that's cool. I love that greatsword. Lagia Fulmination. I don't use it because I actually use the Abyssal Lagi greatsword for Thunder, but I do love that design a lot. I think it's really cool. Yeah, you would have played with most of the people who come on this game. I haven't played recently, so... Most of these people I haven't played with, but... yeah. What's happening, Lucina? Ooh. This will probably be my second last hunt. I would go for longer, but I don't want to spend too much of my day here. Whoa! Back off. You're focusing on key quest to get to Diamond Morales? Yeah, sure. Wait, how many do you have to complete, Vernon? You said something like 7, but what is it now? Like, after Devil Joe, how many will there be? Because maybe I'll just do that with you. Maybe I'll just work on your key quests, and then once you've got to Morales, then I'll finish up there. I'm somewhat willing to do that. It'd probably end up being like 4.5 hours, but... I'm probably willing to do that. 5 after Devil Joe? Okay. That would probably end up being like 40 to 50 minutes. Ooh. It's a lot of work. I'd rather do it with you than have you do Morales after unlocking it. When you've already completed it. I'd like to be there for your hunter rank break, so I think we'll work on that. I think we'll do that. I believe Devil Joe has roared so far, so I think Rocksteady does resist his roar. I had a feeling that it did, but I wasn't entirely sure, so I just wanted to make sure. I much prefer the effect of Portable Thirds Dragon Breath with Devil Joe. It looks a little bit too... It looks too gassy in Trine 3 Ultimate. It doesn't have sufficient solidity. I'm probably going to sneeze again. I can feel it coming on. I can feel it. And it's here. Fucking hell. I'm gonna get a pitfall trap down. I do not have a pitfall trap on hand. Well, shit. I think I finally ran out of them. I don't have nets either. It's kind of sad. It feels really weird using a Devil Joe Greatsword here. I used the Devil Joe Greatsword against Joe in Tri quite a bit, but... I remember in Tri you could really hear the chains move when you hit the level 3 charge. Because, you know, the sword would expand and then the chains would actually rattle. Like cling. Clink? That's the word, I think. Clinking chains, so the chains would clink, I guess would be the onomatopoeia. But, yeah. It's probably still audible in this game, it's just I can't hear it here as I play. But yeah. I got a lot of enjoyment out of using the Devil Joe Greatsword. You know, there was quite a... You had two different clubs for greatswording in Tri. You had the Elatrion Revolution club, and then you had the Anguish P club. Some people used only Elatrion Revolution, and some people only used Anguish P. I was part of the Anguish P group, but I used the Elatrion Revolution as well. Because by the time I used it, it was just for something different. What? You learned in oceanography that Australians call hurricanes willy willies. That is not true. We call them so hurricane, typhoon, and what's the other one? What's the third one? Shit. We call it the third one. Cyclone. We call them cyclones. So, willy willy is not a legitimate terminology. Like, that's ridiculous. We do not call them wind kangaroos either, Ethan. I've never heard willy willy in my life. But certainly hurricanes do change their names depending on the region. In Oceania, they are called, well, perhaps not even, but at least in our area of the world, we call them cyclones. In North America, they are called hurricanes. In the Asian regions, possibly including Oceania, I don't know, they are called typhoons. So, at least that's my understanding. But, well, a monsoon, to my understanding, is heavy rain over a very long period of time. I'm not a meteorologist, I have to make this very clear, but my understanding of a monsoon is extremely heavy rain over a prolonged period of time. So in other words, there is no additional weather phenomena such as it's not tornadic, it's not cyclonic, it's just heavy, heavy rain. As facilitated by a specific type of cloud, likely cumulonimbus or something like that. But I don't fucking know my clouds either. I'm not a meteorologist, leave me alone. But, yeah. That would be my understanding of it. There was a time when I knew all the different cloud types, actually. But I've since forgotten them. Kind of like when I knew so many dinosaur species, it was just unreasonable. When I was a kid, I knew like every dinosaur ever discovered. I just knew them all. It was ridiculous. I used to pore over books on them. And I just knew all the names. But by now, no. But I used to pride myself over being quite an expert on the Cryolophosaurus of the Antarctic region, back when Antarctica was not actually covered with ice, but was instead a green forest. Probably back in the Pangea days, but yeah. Times have changed. I've lost knowledge. I managed to get a gem though. That was pretty good. I'm actually kind of shocked by the lack of audience for 3 Ultimate on Twitch. Although, I shouldn't be surprised given that the Rise demo is out. I shouldn't be surprised at all, so I'm actually going to shut up. Because that makes a lot of sense. If I were to stream the Rise demo right now, I'd probably get a lot of views, but you know what? Fuck off. Fuck off. That's what I say to that. It's my 7th Devil Joe Crook. I actually didn't even take notice of the fact that I acquired a Crook. Or was that a gem? That might have been a gem. I guess the gem has the same icon. Yeah, that must have been the gem. Shit. Oh, there it is. Devil Joe Shan. Okay, so... yeah, you keep posting, Vernon. We're not doing anyone else's quests. If they have fucking problems with that, then they can fuck off. And I'll type to them. I'll tell them this room is for Vernon. I would say this room is for Phoenix, but you know. We're doing all of the Stygian... we're doing all the key quests, and our current one is Stygian Zenogre. So, let's do that. Okay. So... what would I like to use? Do I have an ice hunting horn? I was meaning to make one, but I think the ice hunting horn, which is the barrier hunting horn, actually requires 10 Barioth spikes. Something like that. I don't know if I'm getting the material name right, but it was something stupid like that. Something really dumb. Oh, can that be upgraded further? I just wonder if I've fully upgraded that. No, it mustn't be fully upgraded. See this? 10 Barioth spikes. Fuck that. I hate that. I absolutely hate that. With all my might. Crikey, mate, this game is stinkier than a dingo. I don't think that would trigger people, I think that would delight people. Even if I were to say that about World, I think people would be delighted to hear that because they wouldn't take it seriously. When people... if my criticism is difficult to not take seriously, in fact people take it personally, but if I were to say, crikey, this game's stinkier than a dingo, I think they'd be able to laugh at it and not care. So, yeah, that'd be the situation. Let's go lands, fuck it. Ice lance, what's my ice lance? Must be my Tusk Lance, which is called something else in this game, no doubt. Where the fuck is it? You're not gonna fucking tell me I don't have an Ice Lance in this game. Bullshit. Bullshit. I have an Ice Lance. I must. Are you kidding me? I don't have an Ice Lance in this game. That's actually a fucking shocker. I'm not even gonna craft one because I don't want to leave you guys hanging, so... fuck it, we'll go longsword. Shit. I can't believe it. I'm actually disgusted. I don't have an Ice Lance? What? Of course I read it aloud. How could I not? You got a crook? That's good to hear. Excuse me, this guy's weak to thunder. Excuse me. Ice? What am I talking about? Ice. There are certain monsters... Again, I thought of ice because he's in a cold area. I don't know how I managed to do that, but I do. Okay, what would I like to use against him? I've got a lot of options. Let's use the Nether Delimited. I like this longsword a lot. It's beautiful. This longsword is just an absolute work of art, like all the nether weapons are. Nether Delimited. Sorry, team. You know, they'd probably be pretty okay with departing without me, but fortunately Vernon's the host, and he's not going to depart without me. Imagine if he did that. I have a national armory's worth of weapons in my box. Do I now? Well, apparently, in spite of that, I still don't have a fucking ice lance. I have 2 dragon lances, I probably have 2 fire lances, but I don't have an ice lance. And I'm dead fucking serious. I think I've got the Moralis lance and the Rathalos lance for fire. And for dragon, I think I have the Altos Gloralis and some other thing. So, why I need 2 weapons for 1 element for 2 elements? And then I don't even have an ice lance. I mean, I don't know. But you can tell that I'm pretty beat up about it. Nullberries. I do have 10 on me, Vernon, and you know what? I have you to thank for that. Because prior to going live today, I actually went to check my farm and picked up like 50 or 60 nullberries out of the farm. And that's thanks to the 10 that you gave to me to cultivate. And I do thank you for that. I already need to use one. But yeah, it's thanks to you. I mean, I feel pretty rough receiving charity from you, because you're the one who has just made a new character, and I've got the character that I had from the beginning. But, yeah. I am very appreciative regardless. Let that be known. That's what I mean. That's what I mean, Spaceman. I don't have the Barrioth Lance in this game. I only have the Barrioth Lance in Try and Portable Third. For some reason, I never made it in this game. And I vaguely remember not having made it. And I don't know why I never did. I guess I just never needed an Ice Lance, and that's stupid. But it's okay, because I didn't want an ice weapon truly for this quest anyway. The reason why I thought I did was because I was thinking of Stygian Zenogre being in an ice location, like a frozen tundra. Which is quite ridiculous for that to translate into me thinking that I needed an ice weapon, but for some reason, monsters that are in the tundra, I often think that way. If you're wondering why I just started typing there, it's because my foot touched the keyboard. But yeah, it's kind of the situation. It's very ridiculous. It's ice on Stygian Zenogre. Fucking hell. What? Almost got hit there, but he managed to twirl around me, fortunately. Can I get the full combo? That, ladies and gentlemen, is a full 2nd gen combo plus the final Spirit Slash. I managed to get every hit in. That makes me happy. You never see anyone doing the 2nd gen combo in 3rd gen. You just don't see it. It's good for damage, but fucking hell. You just don't see it. I'm sorry, Vernon. You're too close to the Blade Masters. Leo and I both have the Nether Longsword. Except his set is not so well optimized, because he's actually got a set based around dragon damage. I used to have a greatsword. Oh my god, look at that. It's because we've got two nether weapons here, and what is Lucina using? Lucina is using the laggy greatsword, the ivory laggy greatsword, which is good, but I'll tell you what, the nether weapons are really strong. Objective complete. And I think Stygian Zenogre can also break into the secret area. The only monsters that don't break into the secret area are, well, actually there are a lot of them. Glacial Acnactor, Great Baggy, Barioth, Giganox. Okay, so the point is, a lot of monsters in the Tundra do not break into the secret area. The ones that do are Deviljho, Jade Barrel, Stygian Zenogre. Who else? I think there's one more, but I can't think of it right now. Point is that they've actually done it really well in 3 Ultimate. Back in Tri, the only monster that appeared in the Tundra that actually broke into the secret area was Deviljho, which kind of worked well, but it wasn't quite good enough to have only one monster that could do it. So here, we have a bit of an even spread. We have a lot of monsters that don't, and a lot of monsters that do. So, I think that's quite good. Okay. I've got a bot in the Twitch chat, which is good fun. It's getting quite bright outside, I don't know why. Why would it? That's what happens when you stream for this length of time. It goes from being rainy to being super sunny. So. Okay, I'll sell those 2 things. Okay. Yeah. Well, I'm happy to hear that you got a Stygian Sky Emerald. That's really good to hear. Okay, so, water. What's a good water weapon that I'd like to use? Do I have a water horn? I don't think so. What are my hunting horns? That's what I should really check. I've got Dragon, Slime, I've got the Tarmbrul Demolisher. And it's so funny to think that many people would read that as Timbrel Demolisher. Of course it's Tarmbrul Demolisher because that refers to Tamba, which is Timbre, Tamba, which is a, I don't know what language that is derived from, but it's musical theory. So that's Tarmbrul Demolisher. And, so we've got Dragon, Slime, Fire, and I think that's it for hunting horns. And Poison. Haven't even started working on a water hunting horn. Okay. What would I like to use? Let's go lance. No gun lance. My water gun lance should be Plesioth. Wow, it's getting... Look how fucking bright it is. Oh my god. I'll sort it out before the next quest, don't worry. I'll fucking sort it out. It's really annoying to have to do this, but... Is 3 Ultimate a significant upgrade from Tri? Yeah, it is. Because it's G rank. And also, Tri, even to this day... Oh, it's getting darker again. Okay. Fucking sun? Go fuck yourself. Anyway, Tri, even to this day, has the smallest amount of content for any Monster Hunter game. So, yes, this game, having the content of Tri and Portable Third mixed into one, plus additional monsters, makes this a much more, I guess, content-heavy game compared to Tri. Although, people coming to this game from games like Generations Ultimate and Freedom Unite will look at this as a very, I guess, content-limited game. But I think it's fine. I think it's probably fine. This will be your last quest? Okay. Well, that's alright. I wonder if it's worth... Yeah, it's worth sorting out my lighting for this, I think. This is too bright. This is unbelievable. This is... I look like the second coming of Christ. So, go ahead and depart, and then I'll go sort out my lighting prior to actually hunting. Because this is fucking stupid. This is like midsummer fucking brightness. Shut up, birds. Fucking birds. Okay. What a good place to start, at camp. I'll be back in about a minute. I'm back. Alright, that should be good. That's all it takes, about a minute of work, and then it's all under control again. Okay, so... I'm just gonna steal everything in the box, yeah. In fact, I'm even gonna steal another cool drink. Fuck it. Because there's a good chance that no one else is gonna come here, so I'm just gonna take stuff. See torches? This is very interesting. I better show this, because a lot of people have never seen a torch before, and this shocked me when I first realized this, but it's true. This is a torch. This is for an actual dark location. You can swing it around, hold on. You can swing it around. In certain locations in 3rd gen, there are actual torches to light in the map. Like, in the location. And this will be lit forever. If you mine something, or even gather something with a bug net, this will move to your hip. But this is a torch. And you can even run with it. I'm running with it currently. I'm consuming stamina while running with my torch out. And I can actually hit these enemies with it. This deals damage. Oh, I'm so sorry. Look at him, he's actually... He's hurting. I'm so sorry. Look at him. The poor thing has to recover after my assault. I feel awful. Anyway. Yeah, that's torches for you. They disappeared after 3rd gen. That is another 3rd gen exclusive item. And I can't remember if they're even in Portable 3rd. I have a feeling that they're not. Oh, that was a good flash bomb, because I don't think I have guard up. Oh dear. So, Leo actually has the Plesioth longsword, which is really cool because it fans out when you unsheath it. If you can see it. It's very cool.
I'm trying to show it, but he's healing now. There it is, see it over there? See that big thing? And then he unsheathes it. Watch him unsheath it. Oh, he's healing again! Ow. Come on, man. I'm trying to demonstrate this shit. Where are you now? Well, you've probably seen enough already, to be fair. Looking good with the flash bombs, I have to say. I don't think Agnaktor's going to last much longer, to be completely honest. Awesome. Sorry, Lucina, did I hit you? No, I did not. I did not. Well, that's looking like our last hunt. Because Vernon's heading off after this. I was planning on doing all his key quests up until Morales, but unfortunately, he has run out of time. So, we're going to have to end it there. But that's alright. We've got 4 hours of hunting. Most of that was random hunts, and then Vernon joined. Probably about halfway through Vernon joined. But, yeah. That was good. I hope you guys enjoyed, because I certainly enjoyed it. I love returning to 3 Ultimate. This is the place to be. Not in Rise, not in World. Not even in Generations Ultimate, really. I mean, I can get some enjoyment out of Generations Ultimate, but this is home for me. This is where I belong. I enjoy it a lot. I actually don't have too much Agnaktor stuff. Interesting. Alrighty. Well, it's that time again, ladies and gentlemen. I do thank you all for watching. And I don't know when I'll next be recording. Don't expect anything to do with Rise, I'll tell you that much. But I hope you all enjoyed, and thank you, Vernon, for hunting as usual. And I will see you all next time. Bye-bye.